Can you hear me, Judy?
Yes, I can hear you. You have a new background.
I have a new background?
I don't remember that red door, but
Okay.
I think it's just the angle.
oh, okay.
Different computer, different camera.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's freezing here in Santa Fe.
Well, we're going to hit 60 degrees here in Cruces today.
Okay, well, I'm officially jealous.
All the more reason not to return to Santa Fe. Whoops.
Oh, right.
I knew you guys were trying to get rid of me.
No, there was a SPO memorandum yesterday.
About getting rid of me?
No, about teleworking.
Oh,
Yeah, I was referring to myself, Commissioner, because I am also in Las Cruces right now in the more acclimate weather.
oh. What, you visiting friends or?
No, I've been here actually.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to invite you over for one of my spectacular barbecues.
If you throw some veggies on the grill for me, I would accept.
Oh, I always do a huge plate of veggies. So,
Offer and acceptance.
there you go.
What's going on, Wrecking Crew? Good morning.
Oh, just everyone's about to leave, and it's just everyone's getting so much more honest.
I was gonna say it took a constitutional amendment to get rid of Stephen Fishman.
See, Hans was just trying to get rid of me before you came on. I'm feeling beleaguered and beset.
Well, you know, good morning, Madam Chair. No good deed goes unpunished, in this, up here in this agency.
Okay, what happened?
We were
We're
just
picking
getting
on-
punished for being good. That's all.
You were being punished for being good. Well,
For being good, yeah. Joe was
I'm sorry
pointing
for
it out.
you. Okay, well, I won't punish you for being good. So let's get started, you guys. Okay, today is Wednesday, November 30th. The time is 9:32 a.m. And this is the weekly open meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. I'm Chairwoman Cynthia Hall, and we'll get started. Can we have the call to order and roll call, please?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I will take the roll. Commissioner Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Maestas.
I'm here.
Commissioner Fishman.
Present.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Byrd.
I'm present.
I'll try Commissioner Vicente Aguilar one more time.
Yeah.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yeah, I don't see her phone number.
Right. Okay. Well, 4 commissioners are present and we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much, Judy. Let's have the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Fishman, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And help me, Chairman
Okay.
Hall. I salute
I salute
the
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 flag
flag of the state
of
of
the
New
state of New
Mexico,
Mexico,
the Zia
and
symbol of
Of
perfect
perfect
friendship
friendship
among
among
united
united
cultures.
cultures.
thank you.
Good job. All right, moving on. Let's see, our next item is consideration and approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any alterations to the agenda? I would like to pull from the consent agenda and put it on the regular agenda. Item number, let me find the case here. Hans, can you help me? We were just talking about it. It's
Madam Chair, I believe you're referring to case 21-267 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company.
oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, thank you very much. So I'd like to pull 21-00-267 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company Incorporated for approval of revisions to its rates, rules, and charges pursuant to advice notice number 87. There's a potential order and certification of stipulation. I just wanted to pull it to the regular agenda as it is a rate case.
Madam Chair, if I can just quickly add, if we are moving it to the regular agenda, I will gladly provide the summary of the stipulation and review that, how it differs from the initial application, to provide the commissioners with a summary of how we arrived at where we're at. If any of the commissioners do have specific questions regarding how a hearing examiner reached their decision, I would ask that they do that in executive session. But if we are simply reviewing the summary of that stipulation, I'll be happy to provide that in regular agenda for the commission. And as always, happy to do whatever the commission desires.
Okay, thanks very much, Hans. Any
Commissioner-
other? Yes.
Madam Chair, where would you like to place that? As the first item in the regular agenda?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think we should.
Okay,
Are you? Okay.
so that would be part of the motion approving the revised agenda.
And Judy and Madam Chair, I believe Russell was pulling his, I think he had an email that he was pulling one of his items as well.
I
So-
think it was the IOSP rulemaking.
Number
Okay.
15, item 20-00170-UT.
I believe he requested to pull that and he will bring that back next week.
From the regular agenda. Excellent. Okay, so we have those two changes. We have 20-00170-UT in the matter of potential amendments to the commission's rule concerning institutional operators service providers, 17.11.28 NMAC. So we'll pull that for next week, and then we'll have this gas company case moved to the first item of the regular agenda. So I need a motion. I can make the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah, I guess the motion is to approve the agenda as amended.
Amended agenda, right.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, and let the record reflect that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is present now. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The agenda motion as revised is approved 5-0.
Thank you, Judy. So our next agenda item is introduction of special guests. Do we have any special guests today? I don't see any on the agenda.
Madam Chair, I am not aware of any special guests.
Okay.
Request today, and I currently have no one signed up that I'm aware of for public comment as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hans. Okay, we'll go to consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. And these would be the minutes of November 2nd, 2022, open meeting. Do we have any additions or changes or deletions from the minutes? Hearing none, I need a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Can we have the roll call vote, please, Judy?
Yes. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The minutes, prior meeting minutes of November 2nd are approved 5-0.
Thank you, Judy. So, okay, so now we come to consent action items. Judy, would you mind reading the captions for the consent agenda?
Yes, transportation matters, case number 22-00278 TRM in the matter of the application of Sherpa Ride LLC for a certificate to provide general taxi cab service. Next, scrolling down. Thank you. Case number 22-00274 TRM in the matter of the application of Highway Towing LLC for a change to its tariff, potential order regarding application. Case number 22-00275 TRM in the matter of the application of City of Lovington, DBA Lovington Ambulance Service for reissuance of certificate number 12572 to provide ambulance service, potential order regarding application. Next, case number 22-00163 TREN in the matter of the investigation of CNC Transport LLC, potential order on proposed settlement agreement. Case number 22-00287 TRM in the matter of the application of San Juan Regional Medical Center, DBA San Juan Regional Medical Center ambulance service for a change to its tariff, potential order suspending tariff and assigning hearing examiner. On to utility matters. Case number 19-00106 UT in the matter of applications for 2020 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per 17.11.10.31 NMAC, potential order regarding Windstream's request for variance from 17.11.10.31 H1 3-year completion deadline. Case number 22-00239 UT in the matter of the State Rural Universal Service Fund 2023 per connection charge and fund size calculation. Scroll down. Patrick, thank you. Proposed order adopting fund size and per communication connection surcharge for 2023. Case number 22-00260 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for authorization to enter into revolving credit agreement, potential order on recommended decision. Case number 22-00267 UT was moved to regular agenda. Case number 22-00286 UT in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for one, revision of its retail rates under advice notice 312. 2, authority to abandon the Plant X Unit 1, Plant X Unit 2, and Cunningham Unit 1 generating stations and amend the abandonment date of the Toke generating station. And 3, other associated relief, potential initial order. And I believe that is it for the consent agenda. And if has there been a motion and a second yet?
Not yet. So I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion, further discussion on it? Okay, Judy, can you take the roll call vote?
Yes, Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The consent agenda items as just read pass 5-0.
Thank you, Seymour. Okay, so we'll move on to the, well, let's see. Okay, we'll move on to the discussion item that we have next. And that is case number 20-00158-UT in the matter of commission rulemaking regarding New Mexico Public Regulation Commission Rule 17.9.572 NMAC, renewable energy for electric utilities. And Judith Amer will provide a presentation and discussion.
Yes,
So please proceed, Ms. Amer.
thank you. And Robert Lundeen, our new Associate General Counsel, former assistant to Commissioner Fishman, has worked extensively on this case, and he will do a screen share of the proposed rule changes. Today, this matter comes before you upon the Commission's own motion to amend Rule 17.9.572, known as Rule 572, and it's entitled Renewable Energy for Electric Utilities. As you may recall, Rule 572 was fairly recently and last amended in May of 2021 by a final order of the Commission in case number 19-00296, which is now on appeal to the New Mexico Supreme Court. It was an appeal, a consolidated appeal brought by SPS, who is also appealing a decision regarding its renewable portfolio standard plan, case number 21-00172, I believe. That's been briefed, and various parties have intervened, including EPE and PNM. Just to reiterate, there's no final order at this week's open meeting. Rather, this is a presentation and discussion with a plan to bring a final order for the Commission vote next week. I'll just do a very brief background. Although this case has been going on since 2020, and there have been a variety of stakeholder engagement workshops. Most recently, on August 17th, 2022, the Commission issued its order issuing notice of proposed rulemaking. And this actually is the second NOPR in the case. The second NOPR ordered that initial comments were to be filed on October 14th, 2022, public hearing to be held on October 20th, 2022, response comments filed on October 25th, 2022, reply comments on October 28th, 2022, and the record closed on November 4th, 2022. The reason for the amendments, broadly, this docket was created to basically host a patchwork of issues that were severed from other cases. And there were many, many issues which were pared down and thoroughly explored during the informal and formal notice comment workshop and rulemaking process. And after this lengthy process, it was distilled down into the proposed edits and language changes that I'm going to present to you today. There are four main issues and a couple of not the biggest issues that are addressed by these rule changes. The four main issues there are two of them from the original rulemaking case number 19-00296, which number one is how to calculate average annual levelized cost for the purpose of the reasonable cost threshold. Two, whether and how to clarify Rule 572 section on financial and other incentives. Issue number three is an issue arising from case number 19-00099 UT and case number 21-00111 UT. And issue number three is whether and how to clarify Rule 572 on DG rec and the interpretation of section 6216(5)(b) and 6216(4)(a). Currently, in the current rule and in the statute, there is ambiguity regarding how to treat distributed generation recs, because one of the three IOUs, EPE, treats the DG recs substantially different from the others, and the commission has allowed that different treatment. But the proposed order and amendments would find that the commission will clarify the retirement and counting of recs, and that they will not be different. They will not be subject to different standards for the different IOUs. And number four, and this issue arose in case number 19-00134 UT, which was, I believe, one of the IOUs renewable energy case, and case number 19-00296 UT, which was the original rulemaking that I referred to earlier, that we did the final order in May of 2021. And the reason for amending the cost recovery and the rate rider section, which is contained in 572.15, the reason for the amendments are the following. And RPS riders are the current way that all of the IOUs recover costs associated with implementing the RPS. And historically, at one point in time, RPS cost riders did provide an accurate depiction of the total costs of meeting the RPS, because they did include all of the costs of renewable energy investments. However, over the years, as the laws and the regulatory environment and utilities resource portfolios have changed. And as renewable energy prices have become equal to or less than the price of generating energy from non-renewable energy sources, that the use of RPS cost riders have come into question. And the proposed final order and rule amendments, which we are now presenting to you, would find that RPS cost riders may present misinformation or misunderstanding, considering that they no longer depict the total costs of RPS compliance, because many renewable energy costs are not included in the rider. They're recovered in utilities base rates or through the fuel clause rather than the RPS cost riders. The customers and the public are most affected by this misinformation or misapprehension because RPS cost riders on their bills do not single out the entirety of the costs of RPS compliance. The proposed rule finds that with an 80% renewable energy RPS by 2040 and 100% carbon-free RPS by 2045, renewable energy is no longer an exceptional requirement, but will become, in the near future, the primary factor in long-term utility planning of a cost-effective portfolio of resources. Therefore, the rate rider should not automatically be considered the way to recover those costs. And the proposed rule originally proposed eliminating the rate rider, and today we will be presenting a step away from the total elimination and creating a process where if the utility seeks to continue using the rate rider, it would need to justify its use. And I'll go into more detail on that soon. So first, I would like on the screen share the section 22, 17.9.572.22 pertaining to financial or other incentives. And first I'll go over it broadly, and then I'll go over it more specifically. It would amend subsection A to describe that financial and other incentives be a one-at-a-time application rather than an ongoing or rolling incentive. We've tried to clarify this, and there were many objections that we were limiting it to a one-time exception, incentive or other financial incentives or other incentives, but we're trying to make it clear that it's a one-at-a-time application rather than ongoing or rolling incentives. We also are trying to clarify that incentives are applied for by the public utility or a person on behalf of the public utility, and that the incentives are only for the public utility. We are also trying to clarify that applications for incentives are forward-looking rather than backward-reaching. We're adding a new subsection C to make it clear that actions taken by the utility before that date of the application are not eligible for a financial incentive. And I'll read to you that section when we get to that. Again, codifying the prospective nature of 6216.4D and adding a new subsection G, which makes it clear that financial incentives shall only be granted to encourage a public utility to produce or to acquire renewable energy to accomplish the requirements of subsection D of 6216.4 and shall not be granted to incentivize only an abandonment or closure of a carbon dioxide emitting generating resources. This is based upon the statutory language. Just in terms of the commenters, the following commenters support these proposed amendments: the City of Las Cruces, Louisiana Energy Service, New Mexico Attorney General, New Mexico Large Customer Group, Occidental Petroleum Limited, and staff. The following oppose: PNM, SPS. EPE did not explicitly state its position, but it stated it supported PNM and SPS. NMAREA did not provide a position. And at this point, we will look at the rule changes, and I can read them, or you can just look at them, and maybe we can stop and for questions about this before I move on to the other. As I mentioned, there are 4 main issues. This is the first main issue.
Commissioners, do you have a preference whether Judy reads the changes or not?
I don't know if on the screen share you can see all the changes. When
I think it's probably a good idea for you to read through them, Judy, if they're not real lengthy. I can see the red line, but I might read through them if they're, like I say, if they're not real long.
Okay. Well, basically the first sentence that it's strucken out because we're just rewording it. We're saying the same thing, but in a different way. And it says, the new language says, in accordance with subsection D of section 6216.4 NMSA 1978, a public utility or any other person may, by motion or application, request that the commission develop and provide the utility with financial or other incentives to encourage the public utility to produce or acquire renewable energy that, one, and then we're not changing either one, any one, those three things come from the statute, which is, 1, exceeds the applicable annual renewable portfolio standards set forth in 6216.4 NMSA 1978. 2, results in reductions in carbon dioxide emissions earlier than required by subsection A of 6216.4 NMSA 1978. Or 3, causes a reduction in the generation of electricity by coal-fired generating facilities, including coal-fired generating facilities located outside of New Mexico. This language tracks the statute, and some of the utilities have argued that the produce or acquire renewable energy part of the statute does not apply to number 2 and number 3 there, but that's not a reasonable interpretation of the statute. The statute is to encourage the public utility to produce or acquire renewable energy that 1, 2, or 3. We deleted the section about filing for the incentive concurrently with the Renewable Energy Act plan, because a utility may apply outside of that.
Judy,
Yes.
Judy, this is Robert Lundeen.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify, we only moved this down.
Oh, we
below.
did. Oh, okay. So we moved. it. All right.
It's kind of
All
hanging
right.
there.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a good clarity point. Let's see. There were some other changes further up. I think it was in C. Yeah, there we go. C. Again, this is a clarity point. That a public utility shall not be eligible to receive financial or other incentives for renewable energy that was produced or acquired prior to the date the commission approves the public utilities application for a financial or other incentive for the specific renewable energy investments. So to make it clear that it's prospective, the incentive is for prospective projects, not for past behaviors. Moving on. Down, scroll down, please. Thank you. G, I think, is also a new section. But for some reason it doesn't come up as red, but a financial incentive shall only be granted to encourage a public utility to produce or to acquire renewable energy to accomplish the requirements of the statute 62-16-4, and it shall not be granted to incentivize only an abandonment or closure of a carbon dioxide emitting generating resource. I discussed that. And then that sentence that I read previously was moved down, as Robert stated. So I would stand for questions now on any portion of the financial incentive issue. Well, if there
This is
Any questions, commissioners?
just a quick one, Judy, on G.
yes,
That you just read. My memory is the reason for having G in there is we don't want to end up giving a financial incentive both for adding the renewable resource and then a second incentive for getting rid of the polluting resource that it replaces.
Yes.
That way we're not double dipping, if you will.
yes, that is true. And in addition, closure or abandonment is not to produce or acquire
Right.
a renewable energy resource. And so it's taking that phrase and removing it from that part of the statute. That's our interpretation. It's consistent with our interpretation as we have briefed it in the appeal. And obviously, if the Supreme Court were to rule against us on that appeal, we would have to come back and revise this rule. But as it stands, the rule is effective. It hasn't been stayed. That's our position on what the statute states.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, Judy. Oh, yes, Robert.
This is Robert again, and I would just a note for Judy. The red that we're seeing here is the edits towards the NOPR version.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, that makes sense. That's
If we
why.
would be looking at the NOPR version, then G
Yeah.
here would have red as well. But these are just the edits to what we put out in August.
Right. So that's good to know. I knew G was added, and so That's the reason that it's not red.
Okay.
Okay, well, if there's no other questions, I'll move on to the next issue, which is, let me get back to my, okay. Distributed generation, renewable energy certificates, also known as DG RECs. That portion of the rule is contained in 17.9.572-10C3. And as I stated, these were issues coming from previous cases. And the commission proposes an amendment to Rule 572.10 to prevent the practice of a public utility counting RECs associated with renewable energy that it did not purchase and that was generated by its DG customers. They cannot count those for RPS compliance. And so in addition, and I'll just do an overview of it before we look at the actual rule. An additional intent of the proposed amendment was to close an unbundled REC loophole that some suggest exists in part of the statute. And so the rule would require a public utility to have to purchase associated renewable energy under each REC that it retires from a DG customer. And also to make it clear that a generator does not own a REC associated, a generator does not own the REC associated with the purchased renewable energy. But just to make it more simple, the baseline idea is that only the generator of the renewable energy owns the REC associated with the renewable energy, and the purchaser of the renewable energy may own the REC associated with that purchased renewable energy if the purchaser and the generator have an agreement that authorizes the transfer of the ownership. Also, we needed to clarify that if the generator is a QF under the PURPA Rule 570, then the purchaser of the renewable energy, in other words, the shall own the REC associated with the amount of purchased renewable energy. In terms of support, City of Las Cruces and staff support. There was the city proposed some alternative language to the NOPRD rule. EPE opposed, SPS did not oppose, but SPS proposed clarifying language. PNM initially commented that it didn't oppose, but later responded that it adopted EPE's position. As I stated, EPE is the only IOU that claims DG RECs generated by its customers for purposes of RPS compliance. The others, LES, NMAG, NMAREA, NMLCG, and OPL didn't provide a position. This proposed order would reject EPE's interpretation because it conflicts with the commission's interpretation that the public utility can only claim ownership of the RECs associated with the specific renewable energy that it purchases from a DG customer. And so I will move on to what the new rule looks like. If we can do the screen share again. For number 10, there it is. It says, if you look in in C, demonstration of compliance. 3, for any rec that a public utility claims to own pursuant to the exceptions stated in 62-16-5, the public utility shall have purchased the associated renewable energy. In the case of qualifying facilities that are net metered pursuant to Rule 570, only the excess net energy delivered from the QF to the utility shall be deemed to be purchased by the utility for purposes of this rule, unless a different purchasing scheme is permitted in a specific agreement. So I know this is a fairly technical issue, but just to step back, the broader issue is that the claiming by EPE of DG RECs generated by its customers for purposes of RPS compliance. And this rule is intended to make it clear that those RECs are not owned by the utility because they haven't been purchased. And Robert,
Thank you, Judy.
do you have anything to add, Robert, to that?
Yeah, this is a pretty arcane issue, and even, reading through the briefs, it can still be kind of hard to understand, but in the simplest form, we're talking about kind of what's happening behind the meter of DG customers and what's happening to the RECs that are associated with the energy that the DG customer generates and uses on site. The excess energy and RECs are always going to flow to the utility, and the utility is going to use those for RPS compliance, and that's fine. But we're talking about the other side of that, the less than the excess. And its EP stands alone in its practice of claiming those as its ownership and use for RPS compliance.
Thanks for that clarification, Robert.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
So I'll try to put it in even simpler terms if I can. And tell me, Robert, tell me if I screwed this up. But essentially, if I, as a homeowner, install the system and I own the system, and I've used the energy on site, it's my system, I use the energy, it was never purchased, no REC was ever purchased. So there's no justification for applying those RECs to the utilities renewable energy compliance portfolio, because they never owned the energy, they never generated the energy. So it's pretty much as simple as that, at least in my mind.
And yes, everything that Robert and Commissioner Fishman stated is true, and none of the other two IOUs besides EPE have never claimed the RECs that Commissioner Fishman was describing for purposes of RPS compliance. So we had a different system basically for one utility.
Judy, I'd like to ask you, in terms of their discussion of why they thought that, did it not, it just seems like a very unusual perspective. Can you delve into it a little bit just to inform us?
Yeah, let me go to my summary of their comments.
And Judy, if you,
Yeah, I think I found it. Basically, They said that they've been allowed to do it, and by eliminating it, it would increase costs to EPE's customers. And
By eliminating what?
the practice of using the DG Rex. In addition, it also has stated that it does own all the DG Rex produced. And do you have any?
Well, okay, I appreciate that. Thanks. That's pretty blunt. But I mean, straightforward, I should say.
Yeah,
But it just seems, I don't know, it seems sort of obvious that, a generator generates RECs, owns those RECs, unless they transfer ownership to someone else. And then those parties who have paid for those RECs can claim them, right? They're treated like a commodity. I mean, I just.
right. Well, exactly. It boils down to the fact that the utility didn't purchase
Right. Seems pretty straightforward.
the energy, as Robert said, that is produced behind the meter and used solely by the customer for its own purposes.
Judy, may I provide a further clarification?
Yeah,
Chairwoman Hall, EP takes a pretty expansive interpretation of the statute. So EP reads it to say, if we purchase any amount of renewable energy from the DG customer, we're entitled to all of the RECs. Whereas I think we kind of interpret it to mean they're entitled to the RECs for which they are associated with the renewable energy that they purchase.
Right. Right. I mean, there's such a thing as, well, the REC is a certificate, so it reflects a certain quantity. So I think it's appropriate that we don't accept the argument that if you buy some RECs, then you own them all. They're quantified. So, okay, well, this is very interesting. Do you have more to present, Ms. Amos?
yeah. Sorry, I'll go on quickly to the next issue, which is go back to here. This one I won't spend a lot of time on. It's very technical, but it appears there was a consensus about how to define average annual levelized cost definition. It's a formula. Many of the commenters added some clarifying parts to what was contained in the second NOPR. And then I'll go on to unless anyone wants to spend more time on this, we can actually, if you want to delve into it this week, and when we bring it back, we can. But again, it's a formula, it's extremely complicated, but it needed to be clarified because it's an essential part of the calculation of the renewable cost threshold. And so moving on to the last main.
Oh, Judy, I have a question here.
Yes.
So it says, okay, right above the equation, it says the equation for calculating average annual levelized cost is as follows. And then they provide the formula. And they say, whereas, I sub T equals whatever, they define the terms.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be where instead of whereas? At least that's what I recall, because they're just saying where, referring to the formula where, and those other terms.
Yes, I see what you're saying. And we can do that.
Yeah, I would correct that. That's not the way I remember seeing it. in my brain in math class.
Yeah, I've seen whereas in
Yeah.
agreements, prefatory paragraphs of agreements.
Right.
Okay, moving on to the next big issue, which was, as I stated before, whether to eliminate or just modify the use of RPS rate riders. And if we, I'll just, I went through, I believe I went through the pros and cons, but I'll try to just summarize them again. The utilities and NMAREA oppose the proposed changes to subsection I of section 15. And they argue that the pro of keeping RPS riders are: one, it ensures timely cost recovery by having annual true-ups, promotes cost matching, prevents what they call the pancaking of RPS compliance costs, and smooths out rate increases. It provides transparency to customers and the commission. They are less costly than other recovery methods because they reduce carrying charges. It annually updates declining revenue requirements. Customers carry less risk of the utility over-earning, and the annual filings reduce litigation expenses by reducing the number of rate case filings. It makes it easier for customers to understand the costs of renewable energy. It makes it easier for utilities to comply with section 62(16)(7)(b) and F, and simplifies rate cases. So those were the arguments put forth by the IOUs and NMAREA. The cons of the RPS rate riders are pretty much as I stated before, that while transparency is a laudable goal, and at one point in time, RPS cost riders did provide transparency, they no longer do that. In the past, RPS cost riders did communicate the full cost of RPS compliance, but that's no longer the case. Now they only purport to communicate the full costs. And in essence, it's the opposite of transparency, because much of the utilities RPS compliance costs are virtually, buried in the fuel clause and base rates. Therefore, the dollar value of the cost rider on a customer bill does not depict the full cost of RPS compliance. And so, originally the goal was to eliminate them, and based upon certain arguments made by the utilities regarding the fact of carrying charges, and regarding the fact that the statute says that utilities can recover reasonable costs of complying with the RPS standards through the rate making process. It doesn't specify one or the other. And the utilities argued that eliminating the rider would essentially dictate that you could not use the rider, while the statute's more expansive term of through the rate making process could be interpreted to mean that riders and other methods are acceptable. Therefore, I would say that this is a pared down version from eliminating, but still requires, and so I guess we'll look at the screen share. This is all new change from the NOPR based upon the comments received. and I'll read it. It states a public utility that utilizes a commission-approved rate rider or that applies for permission to use a rate rider to recover the reasonable cost of complying with the RPS shall annually, as part of its REA plan, justify the reasonableness of the utilization of the rate rider versus the reasonableness of cost recovery through base rates and the fuel cost. And then 1 through 9 states what they shall include in their annual justification. 1, an explanation of the costs and benefits of rate rider cost recovery versus the cost and benefits of cost recovery through base rates and the fuel costs. 2, an itemization of all renewable energy resources and how the cost of each resource is currently recovered, whether through a rate rider, fuel clause, or base rates. So they would state each one of their renewable energy resources and then state where the costs are recovered, whether it's in a rate rider, a fuel clause, or a base rate. 3, an accounting of the RECs that each renewable energy resource contributes to the RPS compliance. 4, the percentage of total RECs that are retired for RPS compliance and that are attributable to renewable energy that's not included in the rate rider. So, in other words, there are RECs that they're counting for RPS compliance that are not included in the rate rider, and we would like an accounting of the percentage of those RECs that are recovered other way in other cost recovery methods. 5, either an explanation or a statement of whether the rate rider reflects the total cost of RPS compliance. Several of the utilities already state that in their, they provide a statement in their testimony when they file their RPS annual plans that the rate rider does not reflect the total cost. But this is just putting it in the rule. 6, a description of cost savings that the utility obtained by using the rate rider and whether such savings are actually passed through in the rate rider or communicated. 7, a description of information.
Judy, I have a question about 6.
Yes.
It says, and whether such savings are communicated to customers. Does this mean in this language it's going to be up to the utility, excuse me, whether or not they choose to communicate those savings to customers? It'll be up to the utility.
Well, the way it's worded now, and that could be changed. But yes, I believe that. Robert, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so this was, and Commissioner Fishman can expand if I don't cover it sufficiently, but the idea here is that the rate rider only portrays the costs of renewable energy, but it's not really communicating to customers what are the savings or the benefit.
Mhm.
So that's kind of.
Yes, I understand that. But what I'm saying is this provision intended to say that whether or not the savings are communicated is up to individual utilities, as opposed to saying, I mean, otherwise utilities could choose, if they wanted to, not to communicate the savings. But some of the utilities could. I mean, do we want some uniformity in whether or not if there are savings that they should be communicated or not? What are we trying to achieve there?
Well, that's a good.
Doesn't look
That's a
like it's
good point.
uniformity among treatment to utilities.
We could change it to say, and a description of how the savings are communicated to customers.
Well,
Well,
let me, I think Commissioner Hall's asking a really good question. And I'm rereading number 6. And it says description of any savings obtained by utilizing the rate rider. And I'm thinking that the language should be any savings obtained by utilizing renewable energy. Not the rate rider, but by utilizing renewable energy. And then whether such savings are reflected in the rate rider.
But I think that would be hard though, because then you'd have to say, well, because we use these solar resources and they were only a certain megawatt, and if we had used these other non-renewable energy resources, it would have been a hypothetical amount, you see? So
Yeah.
I really don't know how you could figure that out.
Well, so what I'm kind of getting back to, and maybe we can't capture this at all, but I'll just throw it out there and see if we can do anything with it, is that when we were looking in a recent case on the Renewable Energy Act filing, there was an exhibit in the recommended decision and in evidence that showed the renewable energy was costing somewhere in the range of $35 to $40 a megawatt hour in total. And that the energy from gas-fueled plants was costing more in the range of $50 to $60 a megawatt hour. So just looking at the generation costs only, the renewable was far cheaper. Yet the result of that was they're charging a renewable energy rider for the, quote, excess costs of renewable energy. And I pointed out at the time that even though I was voting yes, because to redo that whole case at that point would have just been ridiculous.
Well, yeah.
let him finish.
It's complete nonsense. They have this exhibit showing how much cheaper renewable energy is, and then turn around and charge money for the supposed costs of renewable energy. And
It seems
I would like us to step out of that completely nonsensical posture that we're currently in.
I completely understand what you're talking about, and maybe Robert and I can work on number 6 and come back with a revision next week.
Yeah, you know,
I don't know how other commissioners feel.
I'd like
if I'm
to-
making any sense to them.
well, can I just
I'm sorry.
follow on that, Commissioner Fishman? It seems like what you just described would be what you could consider a negative cost. I mean, you know, a benefit, in other words, associated with renewable energy. And I've often wondered about, you know, to the extent there's savings associated with it, then why isn't that somehow communicated to customers? So this portion is real important to me, because it doesn't seem to impose a requirement of uniformity on the utilities. It seems to leave it up to them whether or not they'll even communicate to customers that their costs are being reduced by the use of renewable energy as opposed to some other type of energy. So, I think it might be good, Judy, if you and Robert work on this language a little bit and bring up
Yeah, and this is exactly the reason that OGC wanted to do this presentation this week, so we could, troubleshoot some parts of the language and do wordsmithing and bring it back next week with the final order.
Okay. Other commissioners, do you have comments so far or questions? Commissioner
I do
Byrd?
not.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay. All right, Teresa, do you have any questions?
I could stop at this point, but I can finish reading the rest of this.
Okay, go ahead. That's fine. I don't think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar has a question.
The 7 is a description of the information intended to be conveyed by the rate writer to customers. This kind of is a corollary of 6. Number 8 is a statement of whether the rate writer, as displayed on the customer's bills, represents to the customers all of the costs of the utility's renewable energy resources, and if not, provide an explanation. And lastly, there was an issue about line loss adjustments that arose in an SPS renewable case 19-00134. And originally, the commission wasn't going to address the issue if it eliminated the rate riders, but now that the riders are not eliminated, 9 was added to state a demonstration that line loss adjustments to a rate rider, if proposed, this gives the utility the choice, are adjusted relative to the RPS compliance costs of serving customers at different voltage levels, and are not adjusted relative to other RPS compliance costs that do not vary based upon voltage. So this is a fairly technical issue as well, but the way I understand it, now hopefully this is right, is that energy that's delivered at higher voltages loses more in the line as it's being transmitted, and customers who do receive energy at higher voltages, such as I think some like OPL and LES, would like there to be line loss adjustments to the rate riders to account for those the loss that occurs due to the transmission of higher voltage energy. And if Robert or Commissioner Fishman have anything to add, please do, if my description is not quite accurate.
Hi, Judy. I would just say
Yeah.
you basically got it right, except it's there's more losses with the lower voltage.
Oh, okay. I basically got it right, except for the most important part, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the more that the utility has to step down the voltage to serve
Okay.
customer voltage, there's losses of energy.
Okay.
So for instance, residential customers, it takes more energy to serve them, per megawatt hour than it does a larger customer. So
But it
line-
was the larger customers requested this, right?
yeah, so the basic outcome of a line loss adjustment would be to shift some costs from large customers to smaller customers. But staff commented that in respects to these RPS cost riders, the impact would be very small.
It's true. And it is a small issue in terms of dollar wise, right? Or is that
Yeah.
what staff was saying, or were they saying it's a small issue, but small relative to other issues? I mean, I did read that, but I didn't quite understand it.
Yeah, a small dollar value impact. That's correct.
So I have a question. The large customers are, by virtue of the way they receive electricity, are capable of receiving the electricity at a higher voltage, right? And that's correct, right? It's a technical matter. They are capable of receiving a somewhat higher voltage electricity without having some kind of problem occur on their system, right, Robert?
I believe so.
Okay, and Judy. So therefore, the cost to the line losses are not as big for them because they're receiving at a higher voltage as line losses are for residential class whose systems can't absorb the high voltage, correct? Right?
Correct.
Okay. So why do the large, the large customers want a demonstration of their line loss adjustments if they're better off? Why would there be a shift, if I'm understanding you correctly, Robert, of cost to residential consumers from the large customers, if the large customers aren't bearing a proportional higher cost
Well,
in saving the electricity?
I think I understand your question. Without line loss adjustments, the larger customers believe that they're subsidizing what is occurring with the residential customers. So if it's adjusted, they wouldn't be in that position.
So what's the basis for saying that they would be subsidizing when their costs for receiving electricity are proportional?
Because without the adjustment, it's a uniform rider. The rider is the same for them as it is for residential customers, although if it was line loss adjusted, it would be less for them. The rate rider would be smaller. It would be adjusted.
Oh, I see. I see. Thank you. And that doesn't, I guess that answers it. It does. Okay. Fine.
Madam Commissioner, this subpart 9 would just leave the discretion to the utility to propose it, because it's their customers that are kind of arguing over this, and it's
Fine.
there wasn't significant sway one way or the other whether or not the commission should set the standard. So we're just leaving it in the hands of the utility.
Sure. I think that's fine.
And we're setting the parameters that it has to be an adjustment due to different voltage levels.
Okay. All right.
And there was one more, there are two more small changes, but I feel like this has already taken a long time, and I can bring them next week just to alert you to where they are. It's in the definition of procure and procurement. And it's also, let me see if I can find the other one. I'm just going to scroll through the changes just to make sure. So I think when you're reading over the materials for next week, please look at that section. And let me make sure there's not another. I believe there was one other section.
Judy, I have it on the screen. If you go back to your screen.
This is number 14 you're talking about, Robert?
This is another issue that arose when the commission proposed eliminating the RPS rider. It was, there was a lot of comment and discussion and filings about voluntary program customers and them not being subject to the RPS rider costs. And so we added in a provision in this part of the rule, which describes all the information that they need to make when they make their annual filings. We added number 14, which is a mechanism supporting testimony to prevent the public utilities, voluntary program customers from being subject to charges by the public utility to recover RPS compliance costs pursuant to the cost recovery section of the statute. Because the commission concurs that voluntary customers should not be charged RPS compliance costs. Voluntary program customers.
Thank you, Judy.
And I stand for questions, and as I said, anyone can contact me during the week about any of these sections, and Robert and I will work on section 15I, number 6. So if there are no questions, we can move on.
Yeah. I don't, commissioners, are there any further questions about this rule before we move on? Okay,
No
hearing none.
questions.
Thank you very much, Judy, for this really detailed and informative presentation. I appreciate it. I know it's a slog, but it's a part of the job, right? Comes with the territory. Okay, all right. So moving on then to the next item on our regular agenda. That would be, well, to our regular agenda. Our first case is the one that we moved off of the consent agenda, and that's 21-00267-UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company Incorporated for approval of revisions to its rates, rules, and charges pursuant to advice notice number 87. Hans Muller will present the potential order on certification of stipulation. And, this was originally on the consent agenda, apparently because it was a stipulated agreement and it was unopposed. But it is a rate case. And so I was somewhat uncomfortable about any rate case just being dealt with on the consent agenda without commissioners having an opportunity to examine it if they had any concerns about whether or not the agreement and the stipulation addressed all aspects of the public interest that sometimes in my concern is may not always be addressed if there are not very many members, for example, not very many, members, signatories to the stipulation. And so if any other commissioners have any comments to make about this case or questions or concerns, this is our opportunity. It was a rate case. It is a rate case. And I believe there were no opposition. There were no parties in opposition to the terms of the stipulation, but I'd like for the commissioners to at least have the opportunity to make any comments or propose any questions that they had. So commissioners, any concerns or questions or comments about this rate case? Okay, I'm hearing none. So we can move on. Commissioner Fishman, did you have any questions or concerns about this?
Madam
actually-
Chair, if I may, I think it would behoove the commission if I just review a quick summary of the statement of the stipulation, just in the matter of the public record.
Okay, that would be fine, Hans. Please proceed.
Thank you. New Mexico Gas Company filed this application for revisions to its rates, rules, and charges on December 13th, 2021. The commission went ahead and suspended that advice notice and assigned the hearing examiner on January 5th. Motions to intervene were filed by the New Mexico Attorney General, New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, New Energy Economy, and Western Reserve Advocates in January and February. And other motions to intervene were also filed by the federal executive agencies, the city of Albuquerque, and the incorporated county of Los Alamos. The parties then began negotiations and submitted an unopposed stipulation on May 23rd, 2022. Proceedings were held June 27th through June 30th of 2022. And hearing examiners Elizabeth Hurst and Christopher Ryan submitted the certificate of stipulation on November 10th, 2022. And a notice of waiver of exceptions to the certification was filed on November 14th. So in summary, the certificate of stipulation for approval then is an uncontested stipulation with exceptions waived by the parties. The hearing examiners found that a preponderance of uncontroverted evidence in the record establishes that the stipulation meets each of the criteria for commission approval of stipulations. The stipulation is unquestionably the result of arm's length negotiations among the multiple parties with diverse interests. And like I said, said right before, the interviewers included governmental entities, both city, federal, and state, environmental groups, and large industrial users, along with the commission staff. There is nothing in the record to suggest that the stipulation violates any important regulatory principle or practice. To the contrary, the stipulation is consistent with sound regulatory policy. The hearing examiners further stated that the stipulation taken as a whole is in the public interest and will result in fair, just, and reasonable rates, which I'll get into in a second here. The end result is a base revenue. At this point, actually, I'm going to screen share before I get into this. And what I'm putting on the screen right now is just a comparison chart with the difference of categories. And this first column is what the original application filed by New Mexico Gas Company asked for in its application, as opposed to the difference that resulted ultimately in the stipulation. So the end result of the stipulation is a base revenue requirement of 19.3 million, or a 9.6% increase, versus the requested increase of 40.7 million, or 20.8% increase in the New Mexico Gas Company's original proposal. That produces rates that fall within the zone of reasonableness, and with the gradualism standard used, will prevent rate shock and mitigate the risk of other unintended consequences. So I just want to take a further look now at how that breaks down compared to the application and stipulation. The return on equity, then, the original application asked for a return on equity of 10.1%, which would have been an increase of 0.725%. The stipulation reduces that down to there's no change, so it remains at 9.375. Weighted average cost of capital, the application was 6.89%, reduced down to 6.44 as a result of the stipulation. Capital structure switches from 53-47 of equity to long-term debt, and that changes to 52-48. And here's one of the larger ones for residential class-based revenue increase. The application was 20.5%. That is reduced more than half based on the stipulation down to 9.65%. So an increase to the average residential monthly bill, which I'll break that down a little bit more in a second. The original application was 9%. Again, that is reduced by more than half, down to 4.3% in the stipulation. Increase in residential access fee, the request was for $2.25% increase from 12 to 14.25. That is reduced all the way down to 40 cents. So $12 to $12.40. And the small general class-based revenue general service class-based revenue increase, 20.5% on the application, once again reduced down to more than half of the original application to 9.68%. An increase in small general service access fee, $4.25. And that will switch to the same instead of the, that is the same, that remains the same, sorry.
Okay.
So the concessions made during the course of negotiation by New Mexico Gas Company are readily apparent in the chart. Taking into consideration that over 99% of New Mexico Gas Company's customers receive the service pursuant to the rate 10 residential rate, or one of the 3 standard class service C&I rates. The small general service class is the second largest class of New Mexico Gas Company customers by a significant margin. So then the impact of the base rate change to an average residential customer bill using an average of 53 therms is $2.67 or 4.3%, which is that 4.3 that I was referring to here. So that's if that average bill, which is 53 therms, that's the change. The impact of the base rate change to an average small general service customer bill using 316 therms is $7.74 or 2.69%. So the revenue increase helps fund the significant increase in the company's capital and O&M expenses. This is not only a benefit to New Mexico Gas Company, but also can be seen as a benefit to its ratepayers to the extent that it facilitates the continuation of reliable gas service. In order to reach the $19.3 million increase in revenue agreed to the stipulation, the company is delaying the dates of some of its proposed capital investments that will be used and useful without negatively affecting the company's service to its customers. Further, the allocation of the revenue increase among the company's various customer classes is reasonable, with the ultimate goal of designing rates based on the costs the company incur to serve each customer class, I should say. The revenue allocation among the classes was reasonable because all increases fall within 5% of the average increase. And under this methodology, all rate classes share a proportion of the increase, and no rate class receives an unduly burdensome proportion of the agreed upon increase. New Mexico Gas Company further agreed to halt its proposed phase 2 hydrogen blending project, pending further discussions with parties and a future determination by the commission, which results in a decrease to net plant of $2.9 million. The company has also revised its replacement upgrade of the quorum system software used to schedule gas and administer the supply of gas in the company's system, including transportation activities, resulting in a decrease of $2.7 million. New Mexico Gas Company initially proposed an integrity management cost recovery mechanism, referred to as an IMP23 mechanism, to allow it to recover its annual investment in the company's integrity management program as those investments are made. New Mexico Gas Company alleged that the IMP mechanism is a method to recover these investments annually to promote better planning and budgeting by the company and better communication with regulators about their efforts in this regard. New Mexico NM area explained that if this case had been fully litigated, NM area would have opposed the IMP rate rider because it is a piecemeal rate-making mechanism, in their opinion, that is not authorized by the PUA or any applicable statute. The company agreed to withdraw that request in the stipulation and further agreed to refrain from proposing an IMP cost recovery mechanism in its next rate case. Their willingness to, again, withdraw the request for an IMP mechanism and to commit to not proposing it again in the next rate case is a significant concession. The stipulation achieves reasonable changes in rates for legitimate reasons to compensate for increases in gas company costs, and it makes reasonable changes to achieve goals in decreasing carbon and reducing New Mexico Gas Company's carbon footprint. The interveners in this case, whose priorities are environmental concerns, all supported the stipulation. So as I said, as the certificate of stipulation is an uncontested stipulation with exceptions waived by all parties, and the hearing examiners found that a preponderance of the uncontroverted evidence in the record establishes that the stipulation meet each of the criteria for commission approval of stipulations. I recommend the commission approve the certification of stipulation, which is the proposed order before the commission today. And with that, I will stand for any questions or comments from commissioners.
Thank you, Hans. That was a very good presentation, and I really appreciate this table that you presented. And I think, I would certainly encourage OGC to use such a table and any other stipulated agreement similar to like this, where there are no objections and it's very clear that there's a public benefit resulting from the agreement. It's just, the data really tells it all. And it was a very good explanation also in terms of providing the company's concessions. So commissioners, are there any questions or comments anybody would like to make? Yes, Commissioner Miesis.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for pulling this. And I want to just start by acknowledging the many emails that I've been receiving from concerned ratepayers about these pending increases in natural gas. And, it still comes at a time where people are hurting economically. We're still climbing out of this pandemic and the consequential impacts to, people's pocketbooks. And so I think this was the right thing to do, to pull it and fully explain, as you just mentioned, the concessions that New Mexico Gas Company made. And I want to commend all the parties that were involved in the stipulation. Obviously, I think it goes without saying that we prefer stipulation over litigation. And to have this stipulation that's uncontested, I think is I'm not going to say it's a great outcome, but I think from an agreement standpoint, it still represents an increase in gas prices, but it could have been much higher had New Mexico Gas Company moved forward with a lot of their initiatives, like the hydrogen blending, which, as many people know, is very controversial. And so putting that aside, I think too was very important to reduce the overall revenue requirement. So I'm not going to say it's a win-win, but I think it's a much better outcome through the stipulation as opposed to perhaps what would have been the outcome had these issues been litigated. So thank you, Hans, and thank you, Madam Chair, for pulling this. But I just want to, again, acknowledge that people are very concerned, but I think this is the best outcome possible given the market conditions for natural gas. And I think the New Mexico Gas Company understands what people are going through by making these concessions. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I plan to support the order. So whenever you're ready for a motion, I'd like to move the order for approval.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Miesis. Any other commissioners have any comments? Commissioner Fishman?
I'll second.
Okay. And
Order.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Other commissioners, Commissioner Byrd or Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do either of you have any comments about this case?
No comment.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Byrd.
Madam Chair, just for public understanding, when customers are looking at their gas bills, most of the increased charges they're going to be seeing on their bills going forward aren't so much the impact of this rate case, it's the impact of higher fuel costs. And fuel costs are passed through at how much the fuel costs. And
with no profit attached.
Yes, with no profit attached.
Yes.
And I wish we had more control over fuel costs. and I feel for consumers. But it's just something that we just don't have jurisdiction over.
Yeah.
And actually, I have our Satan, our contract,
Shaitan.
Shaitan, excuse me. He's doing some work. I had him looking at some things that we could do to take a look at fuel prices and how we can contain them in the future. And he's going to come back with some information about that. This commission won't be able to use it, but hopefully we'll have something that's usable for future commissions.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. All right, we've got a motion and a second. I would just like to say again, I really appreciate the result in this case. I've received emails too about protecting ratepayers from a rate increase, but hopefully some of them are looking at this and can see the contents and have heard the description of the concessions made by the company, such as delaying the gas blending work they're working on. And so I hope the interested public can see that. I think in this case, I think the public interest really was protected as much as possible. And I appreciate you all, Commissioner Maestas, saying that you're glad we pulled it. I think it's not a bad practice to do that in cases like this, just to provide reassurance for the public that we've looked at it as a commission and satisfied ourselves that the public interest is served. So without
Madam Chair,
yes.
if I may just add one more
Yeah.
observation. I think we all know what happened last year in the February cold weather event. A lot of the gas companies were forced to purchase gas on the open market.
Right.
The gas marketers exploited that vulnerability of the need for additional gas supplies. And, I know that there were investigations at all levels, federal level, at the local level, but I think that the issue remains, how tenuous are we in terms of our preparations for future cold weather events? Have we learned any lessons from the February 2021 cold weather event? Have these gas companies maybe bolstered their line of credit? Have they firmed up their contracts for gas reserves? Because as you recall, one particular company could not access all of their reserves because the holder of the contract for reserves invoked a force majeure clause, and that's what forced them to purchase gas on the open market. So I think that there's still some issues that this agency really needs to look into. I think for this particular case, I think all the issues were addressed, but I think that fact remains. I'm not a betting man, but we're going to have future cold weather events that could tax and overextend gas supplies, natural gas supplies. So I think we have to continue and be vigilant to make sure that we're ready and better prepared, and that we learn our lessons from at least the February cold weather event. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. Commissioner Fishman, were you intending to say something there?
No.
No? Okay.
You
Well,
covered it perfectly.
all right. Yes. Well, I agree, Commissioner Maestas. I know while the companies, the utilities have been working hard to make sure they have sufficient reserves, I don't know that they're actually, I don't believe they're, in a position to be completely protected, depending on how cold and how long another cold weather event will last. And of course, we know that's the effect of climate change. We can expect more unexpected severe weather changes. So I guess, there will have to be some some further work, as you say, by the utilities to come up with new solutions for sharing resources and electricity across what we ordinarily are barriers for transmission across the country. That may be a solution. I don't know what the solutions will be, but hopefully they'll rise to the occasion. Well, anyhow, with respect to this case, I've got a motion and a second. And I don't believe we have any other further discussion. So I think we're ready for the roll call. Oh, yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was an agreement and there was a stipulation set in place. But we also received numerous emails from ratepayers in New Mexico. The way that I see things are going with the commission, I don't agree with. Within the last 6 months, there were new directions set in place without full consultation with the full commission. The recommended decisions coming from the hearing examiners division, if there is a stipulation, it will not come before the commission. That's a direction that was discussed. I think we are left out of the process as commissioners. Whether it's intended or not, I don't know for sure, but it's not right. All the parties are listening. All the utility businesses are listening. And so when there's a recommended decision, that is their goal, to reach a stipulated decision. And so I disagree with the way this was handled. And I respectfully will not go with the hearing examiner's decision. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to just say aye when there's a rate increase. It's very difficult. I think this should be turned around, taken back to New Mexico legislature and talk about all the rates that are going to be increased within the last 2 to 3 years after coming out of the pandemic. There was a wildfire in northern New Mexico, and people lost everything, their homes, their land, their ranch, their livestock. And then we say it's okay to increase the rates. It's wrong. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak. That's how I feel about the issue. This is wrong. This is not the right time. And also the utility companies are aiming to submit their cases, their applications, the end of the year, when the commissions are going to come into a new transition. So things are very risky. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. You raised a number of points which I think are really good, but this is the way the case is presented before us today. So without further ado, Judy, can you take the roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
No.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
No.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The order passes 3-2.
Thanks,
Madam
Judy.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
yeah, regarding Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's comments, I am in total agreement with her. Well, first of all, I wasn't aware that there was any policy that if there was a stipulation unopposed, that it would not get reviewed with the commission. I think that's what happened in this case, or was starting to happen.
Commissioner Fishman, I think that's some sort of new rule. There has not been such a policy.
Yeah, that's and if it is somebody's policy, I agree with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. That is
Yeah,
a bad policy.
me too.
And that in any major rate case should be on the regular agenda for open discussion so that the public has transparency on it, as Hans stated. And, so I do think I want to thank Hans for putting together that good summary,
Yes.
for having that discussion. And, I just want to let Commissioner Vicente Aguilar know that her sentiments make a lot of sense to me. So I'm glad she raised the issue.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. That's the reason I pulled it. As I said, when I pulled it, that I think that the commission should never approve a rate case without discussing it and examining it. And while our examination is a bit truncated here from looking at the data on that table, I feel reasonably comfortable about it, looking at the data and hearing about the company concessions. But I totally agree that if there were any doubts, I would have probably been arguing along the lines that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar argued as well, that this is something we should maybe look at a lot more closely. But, it just so happens that this case looked like it was the best deal that could be achieved. It looked like a very, very good deal. So, but I share your thoughts and concerns. So moving on now, let's go to the next case. And that would be, let's see, does anybody want to have a 5-minute break? Does anybody need a 5-minute break? If not, we'll move on. I'm not hearing anybody, so okay. We'll move to case number 21-00266 UT in the matter of a rulemaking to repeal and replace Commission Rule 17.9.568 NMAC interconnection standards for electric utilities and the associated interconnection manual. Hans Muller will present a potential order adopting the rule. So Hans, please proceed.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. As the commission may remember, we reviewed the proposed new rule at the November 9th open meeting. So the commission is already familiar with some of the changes that we are seeking to incorporate into the rule. What I'll do today is kind of provide the background of how we got here and kind of a large scale overview of the different routes that some of the industries pushed for during the back and forth commentary that we received during this. And I will say the commission, myself and everybody did a thorough job of reviewing all the comments that have been submitted. Everything has been considered. So to the extent that I don't mention a specific one today, falls well short of saying it wasn't considered. But due to the vast change of changes that have been made to the rule, I will say I feel we have really done an extraordinary job of updating this rule. And it is a repeal and replace. We did get some commentary that they feel the changes were too drastic, which would have been more adept for if we had said we were amending the rule, but we have always, even in the case caption, indicated that this is a repeal and replace, knowing that we had substantial work to do to get this updated from 2008. And before I begin my diatribe, I do just want to give a shout out and express my appreciation to Mr. Arthur O'Donnell, who is on his last day of being a fellow with the commission. And I want to say that working with Arthur was extremely beneficial. Cannot stress that enough. To be able to learn from his expertise on this area, and the consultation that he provided was invaluable both in community solar and in this interconnection rule. So I truly appreciate the opportunity to have been worked with Art, who is on the lines, and I'll turn the floor over to him probably for questions. But I just wanted to express my sincere gratitude in being able to work with him during this time on this rule. So the commission is, as I said, reviewing a substantial revision to its rules governing the interconnection to utility systems by electric generating facilities with a nameplate rating up to and including 10 MW, as the currently approved policies regarding the interconnection manual were last revised in October of 2008. We issued the initial notice of public rulemaking in this December 1st of last year. However, based upon comments received, the proposed rulemaking was terminated on March 15th, 2002. This is due in large part to opposition from parties indicating that the rule referenced the interconnection manual, but the rule did not include a manual within the rule. This would have placed New Mexico as one of the few states in which technical aspects of interconnection resided in a separate document from the rule itself. As a result, the commission reissued the notice of proposed rulemaking with a revised proposed rule that incorporated a revised interconnection manual within the rule on March 15, 2002. Comments and response comments were received during May and June of 2002, and a public hearing was held on June 17, 2002. The commission briefly reopened the commentary period on September 20th, 2002 for additional commentary, and received comments and response comments until October 21st of 2002. Now, regarding the proposed rule at hand, from a larger overview of the task that was before the commission was faced with essentially three different approaches in formulating changes to the rule. The commission's proposed rule, setting forth screening criteria, and as I indicated, the interconnection manual contained within the rule, based in part, but that was mainly based in part on the current statewide manual revised in 2008. An alternate approach would have been PNM's proposal that each utility create its own interconnection manual that supersedes the rule. And a third approach for the commission to consider would have been IREC's proposal, setting forth a very prescriptive rule outlining the interconnection review process in detail. So barring those three approaches in mind, the most fundamental change to the existing interconnection rule and process is the incorporation, as I mentioned, within the rule of several technical and screening matters, plus a set of standard agreement forms that previously resided in a separate interconnection manual. The utility companies supported the idea that each company each utility company create their own interconnection manual. SPS and PNM both support the idea of a utility-specific interconnection manual, which can be updated as each IOU and cooperative rolls out new grid advances that foster the advanced interconnection practices as set forth in the proposed rule, Rule 568. SPS recommends that each utility's technical interconnection manual must be separate from, but consistent with, the proposed rule and maintained on its website. However, PNM proposes that the utility-specific interconnection manual may supersede the rule. Definitions, standards, procedures, and screening processes in Rule 568, subject to commission approval. The New Mexico Attorney General supported each utility maintaining a technical interconnection guidance on its website consistent with Rule 568 that can be updated as needed to help inform developers seeking interconnection under Rule 568. However, the New Mexico Attorney General did not support this technical guidance in the form of a utility-specific interconnection manual superseding Rule 568 in any way. He noted it should only serve as a complementary guide to clarify or provide greater detail regarding certain aspects of Rule 568. They continue stating allowing that utility-specific interconnection manual to supersede the rule would lead to confusion around the interconnection process. New Mexico Attorney General understood the utility's desire to be able to effectively comply with the proposed advanced interconnection policies in the rule, thus ensuring that any interconnection requirements and processes result in safe and reliable interconnections. Having a separate interconnection manual that supersedes the rule, though, is not the way to achieve this. Instead, the rule should be updated as needed to address any interconnection-related technological advances, such as incorporating future updates to smart inverter functionality. To me, then, the commission then should support the proposed rule in that the interconnection manual and screens are contained in the rule and are transparent. As the commission's approach then would favor IREC's approach outlining the interconnection review process in detail, it is important for us then to maintain the balance with system safety measures that are the most critical aspect of this to the utility companies. And with that, I would note that on September 20th, when the commission reopened the commentary period, we provided the parties with a draft of the proposed rule that took the approach suggested by IREC and encouraged parties to comment on whether additional safety measures were required in that draft rule. SPS expressed concerns about added language to Section 12, and language was added to that section accordingly to address those concerns. PNM stated it supports the advanced interconnection practices reflected in the proposed rule, but only to the extent that PNM can implement the rules in a safe and efficient manner. Some of the suggestions forwarded by PNM, the rules account for the ability to disconnect an unsafe system, an RPA screen for simplified and fast tracking screening, and a kill switch for generating facilities with a maximum capacity of 10 kW or less.
Hans, can you just elaborate a little bit more about those provisions you just described in terms of their?
I will get to those. Okay. I'm just kind of providing a larger overview at this. I just want to say that PNM in the response wanted all facilities interconnected with that kill switch, but really didn't fail to state the safety concern of why all of them should have that kill switch. Mm-hmm. But right now the rule does apply a kill switch, or requires, I should say, a kill switch for generating facilities with a maximum capacity of 10 kW or less. PNM also wanted sole discretion to deny an application even if it passes all screening. EPE further requested sole discretion to disapprove the interconnection, even if it passed the screening. IREC, in response, stressed that the commission has paid close attention to potential safety issues throughout all the updated draft rules and has incorporated appropriate language in the latest revisions to the rule, particularly in section 29, the safety provisions. That section 29 now contains specific authorization for utilities to disconnect a generating facility under several conditions, including when a generating facility operates outside of its approved operational limits and when emergency conditions require temporary disconnection. In addition, among other improvements in section 29, there's now a requirement for the certain customers to install a visible open load break disconnect switch between the generating facility and the utility system. In its request for an extension, IREC noted that section 29 of the proposed rule, as we described in the September 20th order, inadvertently omitted two subclauses concerning the conditions for disconnects. When the commission issued its order in part granting the request for extension, the commission did acknowledge the accidental omission of that language and included a corrected version of section 29D that accounted for those two subclauses. IREC stated it does not believe any further language concerning system safety is necessary at this point in time, indicating that they feel section 29 contains robust safety provisions that reflect national best practices for interconnection procedures. The joint comments of CSA, SEAI, and REIA stated that the proposed rule sufficiently incorporates system safety requirements and no additional modifications to the rule are necessary. So taking the consideration of these safety comments as a whole, the goal of the commission then is really establishing a robust rule with transparent screening that leads to safety provisions for interconnection. The proposed rule, I feel the proposed rule before the commission today achieves that goal. The proposed order highlights comments received from parties for various edits and changes to the rule presented during the commentary period. All commentary and suggestions have been reviewed, and the revised rule as presented in Exhibit A, which is the rule that we reviewed on November 9th, culminates that process, incorporating changes that the commission views as favorable towards establishing a robust updated rule. Now, I have given the commission both in my proposed order and in my memo several section highlights, and I'm happy to read those off if the commission so chooses. If there is a particular, or if you would prefer brevity is the soul of wit, then I will be happy to just address individual sections. Or if you have technical questions, Arthur is here and available. So I'll stand by what the wishes of the commission are at this point.
Thank you very much, Hans. That was a very useful summary. Commissioners, any questions of Hans at this point? I'm not hearing it. Okay, I guess I'm not hearing from anyone. I would say, Hans, that there are many, many changes in this red line, and I think it would take quite a long time to go through them, but so I personally would not ask you to go through each one, but I would like to ask you one or two questions about what you just mentioned. It's not clear to me what the resolution is as to whether or not utilities under this rule are able to have differing differing approaches. Let's see, maybe let me just refer to the fact that you said the Attorney General was opposed to utilities having separate manuals. What exactly does our rule provide? Do we permit separate manuals, technical manuals to be held by all the utilities? And I see Arthur's popped up, and I think that's probably something he should.
I will let
address.
the rule generally gives provisions establishing the interconnection rule, but allows the utility companies to have a technical guide as well. And I will let Arthur explain the difference.
Okay, great. And what I'd like to hear also, Arthur, is how that was resolved between, if it was, between the AG's position and everybody else's. So,
Madam Chair and Commissioners and Hans, thank you very much. In this regard, it is recognized that there may be some differences in the systems of the three utilities, right? Especially because some utilities are more urban oriented and some are more rural oriented. That could lead to some different configurations when somebody tries to attach to the system through an interconnection request. The whole notion of having a separate interconnection manual was really, I think, just a ruse to defer and delay this process. As you know, this has been a long journey. We've been working on this for 2 years. And especially since the complaint was that we didn't have a manual in place, so we couldn't adopt the rule. And then they come back and ask to have separate manuals that supersede the rule. So that didn't make sense. But what does make sense is that in certain areas, especially with regard to the introduction of new advanced inverters that will have functionalities that may be slightly different in each territory, that there is a place for a technical interconnection guideline, or we call it a TIIR, that essentially provides some of the differences in thresholds for settings on the advanced inverters, or specific circuit related issues that applicants need to be aware of that really don't belong in a rule, because they may change over time as systems get upgraded, and you don't want to have to go through a whole rulemaking. What this does, in recognition of that need, is to provide for a request that the Commission authorize ongoing technical advisory committee meetings to work out whatever those changes might be, so that the utilities both try and conform with each other, but also account for any of these kinds of differences. So we are asking for an ongoing technical advisory group to address these specific issues and make them public, and come up with the process for the Commission to review and adopt those changes in a TIIR that don't really belong in a rule. So that's our recommendation. I think it cuts a good line between recognizing that not every system is exactly the same, that by introducing new technologies, you are going to have some differences. For instance, in the communications and control functions of advanced inverters that we're not ready to deal with yet, but which we've gone through a whole process for coming up with recommendations that are not necessarily incorporated in this rule. And also the sense that this is the rule. You don't supersede the rule by having technical, separate documents, is that you supplement the rule. And that's the whole point here. So I hope that it explains it. Really, this is an evolving world, that introduction of new technologies, new distributed resources, new policies affecting how this plays out in terms of trying to get to two-way communications with distributed generation and the utilities, are all going to require a long-term commitment to addressing issues as they come up. So that's one of the ways that this rule tries to address that.
I see. That's very helpful, Arthur. Thank you. So that disposes of the issue of supersession by a utilities manual over the rule, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And there are sufficient elements in this rule that used to be in the manual. The whole screening processes for the different kinds of the different sizes and configurations of distributed generation, and really with the focus on what new installations are going to have a significant impact on the utility system. So just going back to the discussion that we had a couple of weeks ago, what this rule really tries to do is to provide a streamlined and or fast track process for the smaller systems, the rooftop photovoltaics, that should not put a particular burden on the utility system compared to larger devices or even community solar projects, which will have an impact. They will undergo different levels of scrutiny according to the very prescriptive screening processes that we've incorporated into the rules. So in one sense, we've made it easier for residentials and not more difficult, but I think a kind of more defined path for the larger systems. And looking forward, right, New Mexico doesn't have a whole lot of applications currently for solar projects that are paired with storage, but this rule definitely addresses that area of growth in the utility industry that we know we're going to see in the near term. So we feel that this really kind of pushes New Mexico into the forefront of these interconnection policies.
That's excellent. And I believe that's true. We have gone through so many discussions about so many different things. And I mean, you know, on the face of it, it looks kind of odd that we initiated this. Well, I guess it wasn't part of the initial part of the rulemaking, but we wanted to eliminate having a manual, and now we have 3. But I think you've explained very well why they're there, and they're not the same type of manual that we wanted to get rid of. So that's you know, that's a good thing. And so I believe what you described would also have addressed the desire expressed by, I thought Hans said PNM, to be able to have the discretion to deny interconnection, even though a company has passed screening, all the screening. What happened with that issue? Is that that's not embedded in the rule, is it?
No, and you know, I mean, to be clear, the utilities are not in the habit of denying interconnection. They do make it difficult and they do make it expensive, but that's because some
And slow.
Yeah, right, and that's because some interconnections may put an undue stress on the system as it exists now. And part of what this rule is trying to do is to get past the sense that the utilities are saying no to new interconnections, but they are providing the information necessary for an applicant to understand what it might cost to attach to the system and to make that choice, right? So that's why you have, you know, a real laid out scheme of feasibility studies and technical studies, engineering studies that go along with the basic interconnection review process in order to provide everybody with the understanding of what it really takes to do that. The rule also says that we're going to contemplate potential cost sharing, as we've discussed both in community solar and has been a focus in the grid modernization discussions that hopefully will lead to a rulemaking pretty soon, to open the door for some ways to reduce the burden on an individual project by sharing costs with other developers, for instance, or in cases where the commission finds a benefit to the system, that there may be a sharing between the rate base and the individual developer's costs. So that's built into this rule too. Now, utilities always have the ability to identify safety and reliability issues and to go to the developer and talk about it. But in this case, what we have is during the review process, if there are deficiencies in the application, there's a cure period where the utility would say, hey, we're seeing a problem here. Let's work it out, rather than just saying no. So that's how we deal with it. But the safety provisions that Hans alluded to do provide, if there is a particular circumstance in which there may be a danger to the utility workers, right, who are kind of like, restoring service after an outage, that for systems that are larger than KW, there will be a kill switch, right? There'll be a button that they can push and take that offline. Right? So
larger than 10 kW, you say?
Larger than KW, yeah. The way that it was described in the act was that it's systems that are 10 kW and less are exempted from having that requirement, right? So it was a little confusing, but I wanted to make sure that the smaller systems do not have that, because if they are inverter based, if they have the new advanced inverters that follow the IEEE 1547 2018 rule, which is also adopted in this rule, then they have ride-through capabilities that prevent untoward impacts on the system. Okay? If they're larger than that or more complex by having storage, for instance, that they would have power control technologies or designs built into their configuration that would prevent untoward outflows of energy that could pose a safety hazard. So there's a lot of moving parts in this rule, and we're really thankful to the industry and also to the expertise of the utilities who raised issues, and together in a really, I think, initially collaborative approach before we went into the formal rulemaking, really tried to identify and address many of these issues. And I think that that's what you have before you today, is really a rule that tries to address this. And I already mentioned the ongoing technical advisory group to identify issues as they come up. The utilities have the ability through their reporting mechanism to identify potential issues that they see or real issues that they see, and make recommendations for changes in the future. So this is not the last word on interconnection. It can't be the last word on interconnection, because we're going to be looking at tremendous changes in technology over the next few years. And this tries to accommodate that.
Thank you. Now I've still got a few questions. The kill switch is only for 10 kW and above. So it's basically not something that this rule really touches, except to say that. Is that correct?
Well, no, I mean, this rule goes up to 10 megawatts, right? But standard household systems, from the information that we have from the utilities, are almost always less than 10 kW. Right. They average 3 to 5 kW. So it really wouldn't affect individual residentials. It may affect commercial operations, and certainly would affect larger systems like community solar systems.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. And with respect to the TIIR, can you spell that out so people know what the words are? Technical interconnection, interoperability. I just remembered it.
Yeah, so right. It's technical interconnection interoperability requirements.
Mm-hmm.
The interconnection part would be some of the technical aspects of having different configurations on different circuits in different locations. The interoperability is specific to the communication and control functions that we're moving towards in the advanced inverters. We're not necessarily there yet, but we are providing for them. And the idea is that if there are specifics in the TIIR, they would get reported to an EPRI database so that manufacturers and developers will know what these differences are among utilities and between New Mexico and, say, Montana, which may have some different requirements, right? So that there will be a forum, a place where people can see what these differences are so that they can design their equipment to accommodate where the installation is going to go. I think that was one of the great things that came out of the technical advisory group process, was an understanding that every state is going through this, and every state will have minor differences, right? And that there will be a place for those differences to be visible and kind of like actionable, but also that the TIIR is something that this commission, right, for each of the utilities that are doing it, will have the ability to review and accept, almost as if it's a tariff.
Okay, and can you further describe, I mean, my understanding is it's a standing committee. How is it composed? Will the members change? What would be triggers for utilities to go before them as opposed to just submit, some type of petition before the commission for some sort of change in their system?
This order does not address those issues. What this order does was encourage the commission to approve an ongoing committee structure, right? And since we've been doing this in a couple of different proceedings, the way that we would do it is to call a meeting and invite certain people that we know have been beneficial in the past, and to ask them to continue to participate in this. It's a big time commitment. We recognize that. It may not meet every week. It may not meet every 2 weeks. In other states that have gone past the initial kind of introduction of the advanced inverter technologies, for instance, they've moved to a every month or every quarter meeting because that's all they need at the time. But that's to be determined. And what this order does is just highlights the fact that something like this would be very beneficial going forward. And it's up to the commission to establish whatever parameters there are. And this group would come up with recommendations where, okay, how should the commission approve this? How should changes be adopted? Those are things that can be addressed in those kind of forums.
I appreciate that. I really think the idea of a standing committee is an excellent idea because of the changing nature of these technologies and system designs. To me, it seems like kind of an essential feature that we should have. I think those are all my questions. Other commissioners, does anybody have any questions or comments or concerns they want to raise about this rule?
No questions from me, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Fishman, any comments?
Well, I just want to compliment you on your persistence in pushing forward this interconnection rule. And
Thank you, Steve.
and it gets really technical, and I know there were tough decisions for you to make about when you needed to get involved and when you needed to step back. And just thank you for going through all of it and knowing how and when to get involved. And I think we've got something here that really looks at all the forces that are at play and is flexible enough to accommodate them. And so I think we're in a really good place with this. So
Well, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Any other commissioners, Commissioner Byrd or Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, look, just reading through the chronology and the details about fits and starts, and this has been quite a journey. And I think, as Commissioner Fishman alluded to, this is no easy task. So I want to commend everyone involved for getting us to this point, with the understanding that there's still a lot of evolution that needs to occur. And I'm sure the next commission will be revisiting this, in the near future. But I wanted to thank the team and thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership in getting us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. I have to say, without Arthur, this would not have happened. Arthur brings a wealth of experience and knowledge and tremendous number of connections to people who helped us substantially along the way. And so he provided a tremendous amount of help. But the entire team that worked on this, and that includes Judy Amer and Hans Muller and Commissioner Fishman, and, you know, sometimes Commissioner Maestas, and our able assistants, Colin Gillespie and Robert Lunding. And I don't know if I'm leaving anybody else out, but I have to say this was, you know, this has been the most complex and challenging rule I've had to work on, and challenging insofar as the demands for trying to envision the future while grasping the utility of our current state of technical capability and trying to understand what could be possible in the future was probably the hardest part of it. And but at the same time, it was, you know, a really sort of inspiring experience because we're entrusted with such important work. So I just want to thank everybody who's had a hand in this at all. And if I've left out somebody, please tell me
Madam
because
Chair?
you need recognition. Yes, Arthur.
Madam Chair, we would be remiss without thanking in particular GridWorks.
Oh, of
As
course.
the consultant on this, who helped provide expert facilitation, both in the first iteration of our technical advisory group, which went through most of 2021, leading to a report on kind of the major issues that needed to be addressed before we introduced the rulemaking. And in the second phase, which was more about the advanced inverters, and Margie Tatro,
Of course.
was my co-facilitator on that and really picked up the ball. That really helped move that. Now that work, you heard a presentation on that in October, and it's not all reflected in this rule, although some elements of it came in time to be reflected in this rule. But it definitely points to the fact that New Mexico's system is leapfrogging, right, from essentially a rule that was put in place before solar photovoltaics were cost effective, and we're seeing essentially kind of like a doubling of interconnection requests over the past couple of years for those systems. The introduction of larger system through community solar, we're all putting stress on the system, and the rules that we had just were not adequate, right? And so this really represents a way of doing that. And we couldn't have done it without the outside expert assistance of GridWorks, and also in particular, the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, which brought its national expertise and its work that it's been doing in multiple states to bear on this, to really provide a lot of the technical underpinnings for what this rule is. So those are the two outside resources that I would especially like to thank.
Absolutely. And while we're talking about outside resources, I was just concerned that I got everybody in-house. But the other thing that just bowled me over as we were conducting the workshops for this rule was the number and quality of experts from across the country who were deeply interested in our rule and would devote their precious time to debating and discussing what our rule should contain. Free brain work from, you know, dozens of people across the country, even as far away as Hawaii and New York. You know, I was never more impressed in my life with any kind of regulatory activity than I was with the type and quality of people who contributed from outside our agency. So this has been really kind of a breathtaking experience. I'm really grateful that I got to have it, but I'm much more grateful that we ended up with a rule. So, so unless anybody else has any further comments to make or questions, I would like to entertain a motion to, in fact, I'll make the motion to adopt this rule, and I would like to have a second, if I can have one. Anybody want to second my motion?
I will second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we have the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas. I think you're,
Aye.
He's
okay.
here.
Commissioner,
Sorry.
it's okay. Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. And at this point, Commissioner Hall, Chairman Hall, I'd like to hand the counting of votes over to Russell. He will be presenting, I think, the next two cases and the matters from General Counsel.
Okay, thank you very much, Judy. And commissioners, before we go on, I would like to mention it's noon now, 12:03. We haven't had a break this morning. Would everybody like to have a quick lunch break before we proceed with the rest of the agenda? And I'm suggesting 30 minutes. And
Yes.
That's
if
fine.
you, okay, is that an okay length of time or do you need any more?
30
No,
will do.
okay, 30 minutes. All right, we'll return at, well, now it's 12:04. So we'll return at 12:35. Thank you for peering, Russell, but you get
Thank you.
delay further. Okay, 12:35, thanks. Well, it's 12:36 right now, just turned 12:36. And I think we should get started again. I believe we're already on the record. Is that's correct, right? So let's proceed. I see Russell's here. And I believe the case number is 18-00214 UT in the matter of an order to show cause as to why Rosa Joint Ventures LLC should not be found in violation of the Public Utility Act and Commission rules. Russell Fisk will present a potential order regarding Rosa Joint Ventures motion for reformation and request for hearing and notice of engineering report. Russell, good afternoon. Nice to see you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So as you will have noticed, this order, unlike previous orders I've drafted, does not give the entire history of this matter. I've cut that down, and some commissioners have commented on how long some of those previous orders was. So where I started with this order was with the commission's most recent order issued in this matter, which was its June 15th order, a very comprehensive order. So it's a good place to start. I'm going to read the title just because the title it's a very long title that tells you, reminds of what, everything that was done in that order. So on June 15th of this year, the commission issued its order reinstating accrual of fines against Rosa Joint Venture, ordered Rosa Joint Venture to retain a consultant to complete processes with San Juan County and the Office of the State Engineer. It ordered Rosa Joint Venture to retain an engineering firm to provide an updated estimate of costs of repairs and improvements needed to provide safe, reliable water service. It ordered additional investment in Rosa Joint Venture by the partners or joint venturers of RJV for such repairs and improvements to the water and wastewater system. It's a combined water wastewater system. And finally, ordered Rosa Joint Venture to use that money, the contributions from the partners, to complete such repairs and improvements. Of the 5 tasks that the commission ordered RJV to accomplish in the June 15th order, RJV hasn't accomplished any of them. In my initial memo, I said that RJV has accomplished only 1. But I provided a revised memo and order to the commission this morning. And if you haven't had a chance to review it, it does have track changes, but I think this is self-explanatory. Commissioner Hall had a revision to this proposed order, because as you will recall, this proposed order is proposed by Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Maestas. We discussed this last week. That was something that was brought up at the most recent open meeting, that Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Maestas would work with me on an order, and this is the result. But the change that was made is that in my original memo and order, I said that RJV had filed its notice of compliance and notice of engineering contract on June 23rd, in which RJV stated that it had complied with the requirement to retain an engineering firm to provide an updated estimate of costs of repairs and improvements that were needed to provide safe, reliable water service. And attached to the notice was a letter agreement between RJV and Cheney Walters Eccles, Inc., CWE, as I'll refer to them, an engineering and surveying firm in which CWE agreed in exchange for $12,000 to complete a report regarding the operations of the systems and to provide recommendations to RJV on how to provide safe service and to provide cost estimates for the proposed repairs and improvements. And then on October 24th, RJV filed its notice of engineering report, attaching a brief report from CWE, which I provided to the commission and will be attached to the proposed order. In the report, CWE stated that it made a site visit on September 27th to inspect the existing sewer and water infrastructure. CWE further stated that its representatives met with Ralph and Jean Phelps, the owners of Rosa Joint Venture Water and Sewer System, who are responsible for the operation and maintenance of the system. That's a quote. CWE also referred to the Commission's June 15th order. In other words, it was the engineering firm is aware that this report was being prepared pursuant to an order from the Commission. CWE further stated that it had, quote, reviewed the original Molson Corbin, that was a previous engineering firm that had done a report on the state of the water wastewater system, dated March 2019, and the subsequent engineering evaluation completed by Souter Miller, dated January 2022, noting that these reports identify existing deficiencies, both short-term and long-term, that need to be addressed. CWE then stated that its own report addresses some of these same deficiencies. And that's where the revision that was made by Commissioner Hall comes in. And I think it makes a lot of sense. This is not compliant. This report is not compliant because I'll give you a little more detail in a minute, but because the report is limited to short-term repairs and improvements, and short-term is nowhere defined in either the introductory letter from CWE or in the report itself. I don't know if short-term here means that making these repairs and improvements would provide for safe, reliable water service for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, probably not 10 years. But there's no explanation. And it wasn't in the Commission's June 15th order. The Commission didn't limit the need for an engineering report to one that only covered the short term. So at some point, I don't know if there was an instruction given by RGB to CWE at some point to limit it to short-term repairs. That certainly was not part of CWE's original agreement, because as I noted, the letter agreement between CWE and RJB was filed in the record, and it didn't distinguish between short-term and long-term deficiencies. So I concur with Commissioner Hall's revisions stating that, that this one of the 5 requirements of the June 15th order has not really been complied with. It's only been partially complied with, and that's not compliance at all. So going on with the report, though, CWE described the system as a small water and sewer system serving the Rosa Meadows and Lakeview Heights subdivisions near Navajo Lake and the New Mexico-Colorado border, with approximately 80 active connections. So I've described this to the Commission before and given figures for how many customers, but this is a very small water utility, just to emphasize that. CWE included separate cost estimates for numerous actions that CWE recommended be undertaken within 3 major categories: as-built water and sewer infrastructure. And you can see from the report, it's a little bit of a grab bag of different types of things that need to be done. $59,500, that's the cost estimate. Short-term water infrastructure improvements to the tune of $180,500, and short-term improvements to existing sewer lagoons estimated at $70,000 for a total cost estimate of $310,000. Now, you may recall that one of the previous engineering reports that was provided, I don't recall if it was the Molson Corbin report or the Souter Miller report, but one of those estimated over $1 million in repairs and improvements that needed to be made to the water/sewer system. And so this lower number may reflect the fact that for some reason this report is limited to short-term improvements and repairs. So on November 10th, moving on from the engineering report, on November 10th, RJB did not file the motion for reformation or request for hearing. They provided it to the commission and circulated it among the parties and some non-parties, mostly, I think, ratepayers who have not all intervened and become parties. RGB failed to file the motion in the commission's records and failed to include an affidavit or other affirmation supporting the factual assertions made in the motion. The motion also referred to exhibits that were not attached to the motion. RGB stated in the motion, quote, Ralph and Jean Phelps have been operating the water and sewer systems for Rosa Meadows and Lakeview Heights without any assistance from Sambrito, Mutual Domestic Water Consumers Association, or Judy Phelps. I believe Judy Phelps is the wife of, I believe his name is, I'm going to say Joel Phelps, who is Ralph's brother. I'm not sure if I have his name right, but Ralph and his brother are clearly partners in Rosa Joint Venture, RJV. I'm not sure if anyone else is, but Judy Phelps, I think, generally represents two, as vis-a-vis Ralph and Jean Phelps, Ralph's brother's positions regarding RJV. RJV went on to state that the partners in RJV had been in a legal battle for a few years. RJV further stated that this protracted dispute has created challenges for the partnership and affected its ability to comply with the mandate in the PRC's June 15th order. RJV added that the pending partnership lawsuit prohibits RJV from conveying or encumbering any partnership property without the consent of all partners. In the motion, RJV stated that it, quote, continues to support transferring the system to a mutual domestic water consumers association, but the terms of the transfer agreement must be reformed. RJV requested that the commission, quote, set a hearing for the purpose of taking evidence to provide for the equitable reformation, of the transfer agreement and the financial liability of the RJV partners. Responses in opposition to the motion were filed by staff of the utility division of the commission, Sambrito, the mutual domestic, and interveners Claire Wingfield, John Dustin, and Heidi Lewis. Only one of those three is actually an intervener. So interveners in quotes. John Dustin actually did intervene in this case and became a party. There were subsequently, there's, I believe, a supplemental response filed by Sambrito very late. I think that was it. There may have been another response filed. All of these responses in opposition to the motion obviously were in opposition to the motion, and first of all, and the positions were that they want to go forward with the transfer agreement without any reformation. So everybody does want to go forward with the transfer agreement, which the commission has approved. They just aren't. So let me get to the proposed order. The proposed order would deny the motion for reformation on the basis that the commission does not have the power to provide equitable reformation of a contract, i.e. the transfer agreement. Only courts have that power. And even in that case, it's very limited, the power to reform a contract. But the commission doesn't have it at all. The proposed order would also have the commission find, in fact, and I'm in the memo, I'm going to skip ahead to the specific language of the order because I want to, I don't want to move on to a different subject matter yet because I want to get into the detail of that with regards to denying the motion for reformation. So on the same page of the memo, or quotes from the proposed order, the proposed order would state, ordinarily, the commission would not address a motion that has not been filed. However, the commission can summarily dispose of the motion by informing the parties that the commission does not have the power to provide relief in the form of equitable reformation of a contract. The commission's power as it pertains to the transfer agreement is limited to approving or disapproving it. The commission approved it on June 15, 2021. RJV, and I'm going to continue reading from this, the language from the order. RJV continues to fail to comply with the terms of the transfer agreement and to close upon the transfer. The same obstacles to closing remain. 1, RJV refuses to apply to the Office of the State Engineer for the identification and transfer of water rights to Sambrito. And 2, RJV refuses to apply to San Juan County for an updated subdivision map. RJV must comply with the terms of the transfer agreement. The Commission's June 15th order in no way relieves RJV of its obligations under the transfer agreement. And just as an aside, the reason I've included this paragraph is because RJV has claimed at various times that the transfer agreement no longer applies because the obligations that are stated in the June 15th order are over and above the repair and improvement obligations that RJV agreed to undertake in the transfer agreement. So this is clarifying that for RJV, and I describe why. The Commission retains jurisdiction over RJV as well as RJV's water and wastewater systems because RJV remains a public water utility with the responsibility to provide safe and reliable water service. RJV's failure to close upon the transfer agreement has prevented RJV from being released from its responsibilities as a public utility. Thus, RJV remains responsible for fulfilling its responsibilities under the transfer agreement, as well as its responsibilities under the June 15th order, both of which arise from RJV's duties under the Public Utility Act. RJV's internal disputes do not excuse RJV from such responsibilities. In the June, I'm going to continue reading from this the language of the order because I think it just explains very clearly what has happened and what needs to be done. In the June 15th order, the Commission reinstated ongoing penalties that the Commission had previously suspended. The Commission ordered that the reinstated monetary penalties would accrue at the rate of $300 per business day, beginning on June 16, 2022, and continuing until RJV files in this docket a contract with a consulting or engineering firm for the specific purpose of completing the processes with the county and OSE necessary to close upon the transfer agreement. So just an aside, that's separate from the requirement to retain an engineering firm to provide those cost estimates. This is a separate retention that they would have needed to do and failed to do. RJV has failed to do so, and thus the penalties have accrued since June 16, 2022, and will continue to accrue at the rate of $300 per business day. The period from June 16th through the date of this order includes 113 business days, and thus $33,900 in penalties have accrued during this period, including this amount and the $31,900 in monetary penalties that had accrued as of May 11th, 2022, the date of the Commission's order suspending accrual of fines. RJV is currently subject to $65,800 in penalties. And then this order would also include instructions to staff to investigate certain potential courses of action for the Commission. So the last paragraph of the findings would state, the Commission finds that staff should, 1, provide recommendations regarding any options that may be available to the Commission to invoke any powers that OSE may have to compel a transfer of the necessary water rights to San Vito or otherwise to accomplish the water rights transfer as soon as possible. For example, by commencing an action to revoke the rights and to reissue them to San Vito. We don't know if the OSE has this power. The OSE, we've been informed, may have the power to revoke water rights, for instance, when there's wastage of water underwater rights, which may be happening here due to OSE might consider that there's wastage happening due to the extensive leaks that occur with the system. So staff would look into any possibilities that the OSE could compel a transfer because RJV still has not applied. Number 2, staff would have to inquire as to the status of any RJV partnership dispute or dissolution proceeding pending or concluded in any court. That was specifically mentioned that there was a partnership. There's a legal dispute over the partnership, which I think is still pending, but there may also have been one concluded. There may be multiple cases, but there's probably just one that's ongoing. But staff would look into that. Staff would determine whether the Commission has standing to intervene in any such pending proceeding. I'm not personally familiar from my own practice back in LA I never had any experience in intervening in a partnership dissolution proceeding or dispute, but I'm aware that it's common in many states to have something for creditors of the partnership to have some standing to intervene and obtain something sometimes it's called a charging order. In other words, it puts a lien on partnership property that may have priority over certain other creditors, or even the partners' individual interests in the partnership, so that the court is aware. And when if the court does dissolve a partnership, which I think the commission might have standing to object to or prevent in this case, the court's aware of it and makes provision for it. That's what I vaguely recall. Staff would look into the possibility. And if the commission has such standing, make recommendations to the commission as to whether the commission should intervene in any such pending proceeding, and as to what actions the commission should take in any such pending proceeding. And the reason that we have staff do all of this is because staff can speak freely with RJB. There are no ex parte considerations. And staff may also have some experience with these areas beyond my knowledge. But mostly it's because staff can speak freely with RJB. That will probably not be, like, the partners of RJB probably will not be the primary source of information for staff. But along the way, they may need to speak with the partners to understand things that are not clear. So it would be best for staff to do all of this as one investigation, because they can do all of the different avenues of research and investigation, and the commission would only be able to do some of them. So with that, I will take any questions.
Commissioners, does anyone have any questions for Russell?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
I just have one issue that I think needs to be addressed, and that is we need a staff focal point to deal with these water company issues. I know we've had a staff member who's out for health reasons, and I believe it's time for us to perhaps look into hiring someone on contract to assist the agency in dealing with these water-related issues. And so, Madam Chair, I think we've kind of been going through fits and starts, and I think part of the reason for that is that we don't have a staff focal point or a specialist, if you will, that can really implement all these recommendations that we're providing to staff. So that's my only observation with this, and I might have some more comments a little later, but I think that's a priority right now, given this situation.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. I don't disagree that we need someone on staff with expertise, but I don't think you mean to say that filling such a need would cause any delay in us asking there to be someone on staff tasked to do these activities right now. I don't think you're trying to introduce a delay in the process of this case, are you, Commissioner Maestas?
No, not at all. In fact, maybe in response to my comments, maybe if someone from staff who's looked at these recommendations that we're about to make and kind of place the burden on staff, if it can be handled with existing resources.
Yeah, sure. That would be great. If it could be handled with existing resources, or someone on staff wants to step up to the plate and talk to his supervisor, and that might be great. But we certainly need someone to take over those duties while the staff member is out on health reasons, can recover.
And Madam Chair, I would just add, I think
yes.
that's a great idea. And I
Yeah.
do think you're right. The things that are already in this order could be done by staff as they are now. But, the person who's on medical leave is our sole water engineer.
Right.
Having him wasn't really enough staffing for water issues. And, it really limited the ability of staff to make site visits. And now we have no water engineer. So I think, contracting with someone would be a very good idea.
I totally agree. I had a question, maybe it's just the way you phrased it, or maybe it's a fact that escaped me, but I wanted to ask you, Russell, I see that you say that, let me see, RJV refuses to apply to the state engineer and refuses to apply to San Juan County for an updated subdivision map. Is that correct? I mean, are they absolutely refusing, or we're just not getting a response?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's a good point. They've never stated in any document that they refuse to do it. They just haven't done it. They did approach the Office of State Engineer and San Juan County in 2021 in order to. The only reason that they did it, I think they did with somebody too. They had an initial meeting with each of them. That was only because the commission had already imposed ongoing penalties in the amount of $100 for business day. They did that. Staff confirmed they did that, and then both staff and San Benito misled the commission in filings saying that there was a backlog at OSC in the county, and I don't remember what other excuse they gave, but it was false because we asked staff to look into that, and staff said there's no backlog at OSC. There's no backlog at the county. They're both waiting, having met with RJB, they're both waiting for an application to be filed, an application with them to go forward with these. And then it has not been, the RJB has not made any representations I can recall since then. I consider that a refusal to comply with the commission's orders, a refusal to comply with the transfer agreement.
I understand. And
they haven't stated it as a refusal to the commission, but I consider that a refusal.
Okay. And well, because seeing the word refuse makes me, and you're right. This is something I guess I failed to discuss with you between last week and now, but to the extent their behavior really does constitute a refusal from our perspective, then I almost want to raise the possible avenue that I mentioned really briefly last week of approaching the Attorney General to see if they can bring some sort of enforcement action against them for the penalties, against RJV for the penalties that they've accrued so far, because maybe that'll motivate them to go to the state engineer and the San Juan County for the documents they need. I mean, and another thing you just mentioned, wherein you said San Brito misled us. Did we impose any penalties on San Brito for misleading us, for telling us a falsehood? Because maybe we should do that too.
Madam Chair, we did not. San Brito is.
And was that in writing, by the way? Was it in writing? Did they put that in a filing of some sort, or was it a spoken communication?
Yeah, no, it was in filings. Their statement that there was a backlog at OSC and the county. And that's something that the commission. This is back from 2021. The commission noted that and in an order stating that that staff has assured us that those things, that's not true and that you misled us. I think that was when monetary penalties were reimposed. On
whom though? On Rosa Joint Ventures?
Just Rosa Joint Venture, because we have no jurisdiction over San Benito as a mutual domestic. I mean, they're part of the agreement, but as the commission knows, the commission can have sort of an indirect power, an unofficial power, again, over a mutual domestic when it comes to if they really want a transfer agreement to be approved or really want, we can say what they need to do, what should be in the agreement, things like, so there's kind of, we have the power of to approve or disapprove a transfer agreement. Sometimes that assists in getting the mutual domestic to do things too, but we have no direct power over them.
Correct.
No legal power to impose penalties or to.
Yes, I forgot. That's all right. Okay.
When it comes to going to the Attorney General, that is something we've discussed before. If we did go to the Attorney General, it's very likely that any particular action we were going to take there, he would just would be sort of bounced back to us, which is fine, through what's called confusingly a commission. The only thing I can think of is if the commission wants to pursue a court injunction. RJB has not taken the commission's imposition of penalties very seriously. Obviously, they've run up $65,800 in penalties, and they don't seem concerned about that at all. And maybe they'd be more concerned if the orders, there could be an injunction ordering them to do these things that we've required them to do and haven't done. Or it could also be, we could have a collections action so that where the commission has the power to impose penalties, but doesn't have powers to directly to reach out and grab assets and do writs of execution and such. But if we're abiding in a court order, then we could do that. And that may be something to add to this. To this, or I could you could simply instruct me to approach the Attorney General about seeking an injunction and seeking collection, and then we probably get the power to do that. And maybe that's what's needed, because they are not taking the commission's orders seriously at all.
Yeah, I understand. And I believe I did mention in our meeting that I thought we needed to take a much stronger approach toward them. And I thought I know everyone agreed. I saw all the heads nodding. So I would like to do that. And I think it's probably good to put it in the order, just so it's clear in black and white, so that RJB can see that and see that we mean business. That's what I would propose you add to this proposed order before the commission. And Brewster Maestas, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that. And I wanted to maybe throw one other issue for potential inclusion into this proposed order. And that is, we don't need any more new issues in this case, because it's chock full of so many longstanding issues that are not moving forward. But I was dismayed over legal counsel for the parties failing to file the documents, and I just think we need maybe not an admonishment, but a reminder to be familiar with our processes and procedures in responding to commission orders. I was just disappointed to see that. And Russell, if we can just add something in there, just a message to legal counsel for these parties that they need to really conform with our procedures.
I agree. And I think admonishment actually would be completely appropriate. This is an attorney who has complied to some extent the commission's rules. It's mystifying why this wasn't filed, because I think they intended the commission to take action.
Let's make it an admonishment.
I agree.
Okay. So just to clarify, Madam Chair, so the adding the language about the Attorney General, it wouldn't be I don't think we need an instruction to staff. There would be something that I would do on behalf of the commission. So I'll just note in the findings, the commission will approach the Attorney General to take action in court to pursue injunctive relief, collection of penalties, and I'll just leave and other potential legal actions available to the commission, and because that'll be the next step. And then if the Attorney General bounces back to us, then
that'll be fine.
Yes, and then also separately, staff can look into intervention in the partnership dispute, because there may,
Correct.
even with what the Attorney General can do, there may be things that need to be done in the partnership dispute to stop, for instance, make the court aware that there are these issues and sort of penalties, and also the need for money to be contributed for this purpose. And I think the commission should have a say in whether whether RGB could be dissolved, because they are the public utility of record responsible for this. It may not be dissolution proceeding, so I'm not jumping to that conclusion, but in case it is, we need to be in there.
Oh, I see. They may be proceeding with a dissolution proceeding that we would wish to stop. Is that what you said?
To intervene and make sure that, because a dissolution proceeding actually ends up with with distribution of assets, the destruction of partnership. And I don't know that there is one, because the way it was described by RGB was a partnership dispute proceeding, and you can have a partnership dispute proceeding without asking for dissolution of the partnership. But we want to make sure that any court is aware that this partnership has responsibility.
Absolutely. Yes. So fine. I'm glad you thought of that. And thank you very much for including all that in this proposed order. So you want to again reiterate the part that will be added based on this conversation right now to the commission?
Yes. So
we did it once.
So first of all, I would add, as Commissioner Maesta suggested, to the instructions to staff, that staff give a recommendation or recommendations regarding how to deal with its current lack of a water engineer, and if including the possibility of hiring a contractor, and if they could identify someone, that'd be fantastic. So recommendations in that area from staff, I think would help, and that would be according to Commissioner Maestas' additions to the order. Commissioner Hall's, Madam Chair, your addition to the order, just note that the commission will ask the Attorney General to take action in court to pursue injunctive relief, collection of penalties, and other potential legal actions available to the commission. And then also, as Commissioner Maesta said, to admonish the parties who are, both of them are represented by counsel, to follow the commission's rules, and specifically mention the failure to file the motion for reformation.
Excellent. That sums it up for me. Mr. Maestas, does that sum it up for you? Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. So commissioners, any comments or proposed changes that you would like to make to this order? Because that's why it's before us now. And it's before us for a vote as well. So I see Commissioner Fishman popped up. Would you like to say something, or are you just showing it? Oh, you're just turning on your. Okay, Commissioner Byrd, do you have any comments at all?
I do not.
Okay, and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any thoughts about this? Well, hearing none, I think we can proceed with a motion. I'll move the order. Can I get a second?
That's as amended, correct, Madam Chair? Move the order as amended.
As amended, of course. I move the order as amended. Can I get a second? All right, thank you, Commissioner Maestas. So we have a motion and a second. Russell, can you take the vote?
Yes. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
And Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the proposed order as amended is adopted unanimously.
Thank you very much, Russell. I appreciate it. I appreciate your hard work on this.
Thank you.
So the next agenda item is 241 is Russell again. The case number is 21-00114 UT. in the matter of El Paso Electric Company's application for approval of its 2022 to 2024 Energy Efficiency and Load Management Plan, Utility Incentive and Revised Rate number 17 Efficient Use of Energy Recovery Factor. Russell Fisk will present a proposed order regarding recommended decision, exceptions thereto, and the City of Las Cruces' motion to reopen proceeding to take administrative notice. So carry it away, Russell. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the commission will recall, at the most recent open meeting, the hearing examiner, Bob Lennon, presented his RD. And my proposed order would fully adopt the RD and reject all 5 of the exceptions to the RD that were filed by the City of Las Cruces. The proposed order would also deny the city's motion to reopen the proceeding to take administrative notice. So I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. And I think the commission got a flavor for, what the issues that have been raised by the city were in last week's discussion. But the city's first exception was that the city took exception to the RD's recommendations to approve EPE's proposal to include a reconciliation element in its efficient use of energy rider factor. So that's a rider through which overages and underages of the reconciliation portion is correct for under collections and over collections that were made with regard to past energy efficiency projects. The EP wanted to set the reconciliation element at 0.28585. That's a portion of the rider to allow recovery of EPE's 2020 cumulative overage balance of $902,001. Overage here is kind of confusing a term. That's what it's called, but that actually means an under collection. In other words, it was an under collection. Sorry, did I hear a question? Something? I thought I heard a noise. Okay. And to approve EPE's request for issuance of a variance for that purpose, because the commission's energy efficiency rule allows for recovery of an overage like that through the next planned budget, but doesn't expressly provide it for it through the energy rider factor. So the RD would allow all of that, including the variance, recommends all of that. And the city objects to all that. That's all part of one exception because it all has to do with this one issue. The city argues that EPE has indicated through its filing of a proposed recommended decision that was filed before the actual RD was issued by Bob Lennon. And as you're aware, sometimes parties will file a proposed RD that the hearing examiner can draw from as he wishes or she wishes in drafting his or her own RD. But the city interpreted the proposed RD as including a change in position by EPE. EPE had previously wanted these things, the city says, but in its RD, it was taking implicitly a different decision, the city, or a different position. The city argues that EPE is no longer claiming to have an overage that requires recovery at all. So EPE responded that the city's exception is based upon unsupported and incorrect assertions that EPE has withdrawn its request for any reconciliation amount. EPE states as proposed RD does indeed include the request to include a reconciliation element in its EUERF. That's the rider, excuse me, and to set that reconciliation element at the percentage I previously gave you, consistent with recommendations from staff and CCAE. So for obvious reasons, the proposed order would agree with EPE. EPE obviously knows what its position is and reject the city's first exception. So moving on to the second exception, the city takes exception to the RD's recommendation that the commission approve continuation of the residential lighting program. The city notes as witness, Lisa LaRocque, testified against continuation of the program on the grounds that it was no longer needed to, quote, introduce EPE customers to a technology, LED lighting, that is now widely accepted. The city further noted that intervener Philip B. Simpson similarly argued that the residential lighting program had outlived its usefulness and that its funding would be better spent elsewhere. The city stated that the RD concludes that the LED program is still viable. So in other words, that was the conclusion. Having heard this testimony from the city's expert and Philip B. Simpson's position, the hearing examiner still concluded that the LED program within the residential lighting program is still viable. Based upon EPE's testimony, that LED lighting measures remain in the New Mexico Technical Reference Manual as eligible measures, and that the program savings exceed its costs. The city goes on to refer, I'm not going to go into all of this, it's quite detailed. It gets into the Federal Energy Independence Security Act. The city refers to a past docket. I'm going to skip over that part. I'll go to.
Excuse me, Russell.
Yes.
Could I just ask a question? What is the source of this New Mexico Technical Reference Manual? Is that a document of ours?
That's a good question. I believe you know what? I'm not sure. I think it has something to do. I shouldn't even speculate, but because it's referred to as eligible measure, I think it does have something to do with the measurement and verification of energy programs overall in the state. Because as you know, we have an M&V measurement verification contractor who does who imposes standards and for verification and for performance within the commission's rule and the act for all three IOU's programs. I believe that this has something to do with that because it's literally referring to an eligible program. And it certainly was something that was convincing to the hearing examiner.
Yeah, apparently. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure he looked at it.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
The city, so the city referred to this Federal Energy Independence Security Act as having a backstop. I'm not sure what that was by a backstop, 2020, but that it had something to do with LED lighting and whether LED lighting would become a requirement for general service lamps. And apparently at the time of this previous docket, energy efficiency docket, which was in 2018 and 2019, there were no regulations had been issued pursuant to this act by the federal government to make LED lighting required. And again, it's not clear from the city's exception just for what purposes that lighting would be required. Obviously, it wouldn't be required of all residences in the nation. So this is a very among other exceptions here that are unclear by the city. There's a lot of lack of clarity here, but the city says that regulations have now been that since this case was heard in early January 2022. Now I'm on the last paragraph of page 2 of the memo. The federal regulations have been adopted, and that, quote, what the recommended decision describes as speculative evidence is now the law of the land. What that actual law is not clear, even from the city's exception. It has something to do with requiring LED lighting in certain situations, but I have no idea how that would apply to this energy efficiency plan. That's not clear at all. The city asserts that if the RD is adopted without modification, the commission will be authorizing EPE to provide incentives in the form of markdowns at retail locations to promote residential customers' purchase of LED light bulbs that in almost every instance are the only lawful option available. This is talking about markdowns made by retailers, but for the purchase by residential customers. I mean, this almost seems to be suggesting, which I'm sure is not the argument that is meant to be made, that LED light bulbs are going to be the only lawful option available to consumers under these regulations. That's obviously not true. And I don't know that but the argument is so unclear that That's another reason that this exception has to fail. It's just not clear, and it doesn't seem possible that that's what the regulations are saying. EPE responds that the city's argument should be rejected because it is not appropriate to apply recently changed federal regulations to EPE's 2022 through 2024 energy efficiency and load management plan, which is formulated before the regulations were adopted. EPE further argues that the city has not shown that the changes will substantially impact the cost effectiveness of EPE's total portfolio, the residential lighting program, or other residential programs containing lighting measures. Finally, EPE argues that because the city made this argument after the hearing, there's no record evidence supporting its position. All of those are very good reasons for rejection of the exception. And I would note EPE is here suggesting that there are some impacts of these regulations, but there's no explanation of what they are. There's nothing in the record about what the actual impacts would be. And so this order would reject, the proposed order would reject this exception. Moving on to exception 3.
Russell?
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please. Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I'm intrigued that EPE didn't refute that the regulations might have an impact. I'm wondering if we could do a bench request asking for information on that law, on those regulation changes at the federal level. So we have it for future use. It's certainly, as you point out, the record's closed. It's not germane to this proceeding. So, I get that. But for future proceedings, that'd be good information to have.
I can add that to the order, and I could say expressly, this would be a bench request to both EPE and the city, or just EPE?
To both.
Okay. And it would expressly say, this is not for the purpose of this proceeding. You file it in this docket, but it's not for the purpose of this proceeding. It's for, or maybe do you want it filed in the next energy efficiency docket, Commissioner Fishman?
I'd like to look.
That's 3 years from now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think it'd be something important to get more quickly, so it can be used for that information to be useful for other utilities, energy efficiency dockets.
Okay. So it would instruct them to file that, give them a few weeks to do it in this docket, but note that it's not part of the record of this docket for the purpose of the decision in this docket.
That would be fine, or whatever you guys in general OGC determine is legally according to Hoyle.
Okay. Okay. So I'll go on to exception 3. Commissioner Fishman, are you finished there? Okay, excellent. That makes a lot of sense, because it's very unclear what these regulations are and what impact they might have. As you said, EPE didn't outright say, seem to suggest that there is some impact. We just don't know what it is. So exception number 3, the city takes exception to the RD's legal conclusion that the standard for approval of proposed EE, that's energy efficiency and load management programs, is that the commission must find, quote, that the portfolio of programs is cost effective and designed to provide every affected customer class with the opportunity to participate and benefit economically, and takes exception to the RD's conclusion that the commission has previously confirmed that the EUE, the Efficient Use of Energy Act, does not require that every program be cost effective, only that the portfolio of programs is cost effective. I'm going to skip some of this discussion in the memo because this is wrong. The EPE is wrong. And in fact, some of the arguments that are made by the city actually suggest that it's wrong, that the position that the city is taking is wrong. EPE responded to this exception by saying that the standards for approval of proposed energy efficiency programs are set forth in the EUEA, the Act itself, as follows. Before approving an EELM program, energy efficiency load management program, the commission must find that the utilities portfolio, all the programs together, is cost effective and designed to provide every affected customer class with the opportunity to participate and benefit economically. So the utility cost test applies to the whole portfolio. The proposed order would have the commission agree with EPE and reject this exception number 3. Moving on to exception number 4. The city takes exception to the RD's recommendation to approve EPE's proposed new marketplace program. The city states that it opposed approval of this new program during the proceeding, primarily because of its heavy reliance on LED lighting measures. And this is related to the exception that was previously discussed about LED lighting being something that's being supported through rebates at the federal level. The city asserts that the RD approves EPE's proposal without discussion, an error made more egregious by the federal LED regulations. So a lot of this exception really is repetitive and is already resolved by the fact by the rejection of exception number 2, should the commission decide to reject that exception by adopting this proposed order. But the city goes on to take exception to the RD's recommendation to approve EPE's proposal to add refrigerator, freezer, and window air conditioner recycling measures to its residential comprehensive program. The city contends that other than characterizing these as, quote, minor program changes, the RD does not address the city's opposition to the addition of those measures to an existing program or staff's recommendation for additional measurement and verification of those measures. So in other words, what these two different arguments have to do with each other is the city is simply objecting to the fact that there wasn't enough discussion in the RD of the city's objections to certain aspects of these programs. That's all that these two arguments, which have to do obviously with different programs and different subject matter, have to do with each other. I guess that's why they grouped together in exception number 4. EPE responds that the RD reached the correct conclusion in rejecting the city's arguments to disapprove EPE's proposed marketplace program and residential comprehensive program with appliance recycling measures. EPE argues that the city raised general concerns regarding the administrative budgets for the load management program, residential load management program, and the proposed marketplace program. EPE argues that unchallenged record evidence established that higher administrative budgets for these programs relative to other EP programs are justified because of the platform and service technology fees associated with these new online market and Wi-Fi utilization programs. EPE quotes testimony from staff's witness, Christopher Dunn, explaining that the overall cost effectiveness of the portfolio and the relative size of the marketplace program's costs will help maintain the broader portfolio's cost effectiveness, even if the marketplace program fails to reach projected levels of participation. EPE concludes that the city's opposition to the marketplace program is not supported, is contrary to the EUEA's policy of promoting inclusion of all cost-effective energy efficiency and load management programs, and should not be considered. The proposed order would have the commission agree with EPE and reject the city's exception number 4, which is very vague and is essentially saying there wasn't enough discussion of the city's objections, which it sounds like there was. And certainly Christopher Dunn's quote from Christopher Dunn makes it clear that including the marketplace program is reasonable. Okay, final exception. Number 5. The city takes exception to the RD's recommendation to approve the overall program plan, claiming that it is too indefinite to be fairly implemented. This is to the whole, I guess, all programs put together. Again, it's not 100% clear, but it sounds, the city seems to be objecting here to the entire portfolio, claiming that it is, quote, too indefinite to be fairly implemented, enforced by the PRC or measured and verified. These are all issues, of course, that are addressed in the record for the specific programs. That's my aside. The city argues that the RD dismisses the concerns that the city has raised concerning the cost effectiveness of a number of programs. Again, this is the idea that the RD hasn't given sufficient room for discussion of the city's arguments, that is rejected. The city further argues that the RD does not address the city's arguments about the plain language of the EUEA and energy efficiency rule concerning, quote, programs and measures. I have no idea what that even, those are simply two broad words that are used in the rule and the act. This exception in particular is a grab bag of general objections, none of which seems to have any substance on their own. Let me go to EP's response. EP responds that the city's claims are without evidentiary support. It should be rejected. EP argues that the RD is correct in contending that the city does not effectively present evidence to refute the reasonableness of the figures or the substantial efficiency of the programs. And I would note that the city apparently didn't do that in the hearing and doesn't do it here in the exception. In fact, the exception is hard to even understand. EPE further argues that the city's statements mischaracterize EPE's plan and its overall intentions regarding program implementation, which include the forecasting assumptions required to accurately estimate projected program performance and cost effectiveness as required by the energy efficiency rule. EPE further argues that it has provided the level of detail required by the rule, and that has been provided in previous, and that has been provided the level of detail that has been provided in previously approved energy efficiency and load management plans, including utility cost test calculation inputs, the full algorithm and resulting output. EPE states that it used, quote, well-known commercially available or standard engineering, economic and financial calculations, ratings and simulations, or other reasonable methods to project savings and estimate cost effectiveness based on likely incentive rates and participation levels per measure, across the 3-year plan. So the proposed order, for obvious reasons, would have the commission agree with EPE and reject the city's exception number 5. So all 5 exceptions would be rejected under the proposed order. Then I go on to, the order would go on to address the motion. The motion is, this is the city's motion to reopen proceedings to take administrative notice of EPE's 2022 annual report for energy efficiency programs for program year 2021. So this is a recently filed report by EPE about the performance of last year's programs. The city contends that doing so will, quote, provide the commission with a more solid basis upon which to rule on, on the city's exception number 1. So, and the question of whether EPE should recover any amount for reconciliation of an overage that is an undercollection of $902,000 as of December 31st, 2020, that had declined greatly by December 31st, 2021. So in other words, the city's pointing to this report, this recently filed report, as showing that there isn't as much of an undercollection or a quote unquote overage to recover under the rider or by any other method. The city states that attempted to determine whether the motion would be opposed by the parties. Philip B. Simpson supports the motion. EPE opposes the motion. Coalition for Clean and Affordable Energy does not oppose the motion, and staff and the Attorney General took no position on the motion. EPE stated its opposition, but they did not file a response to the motion. But the proposed order would go ahead and have the commission find that the motion should be denied with the following findings in support. The commission, and I'm reading directly from the proposed order. The commission has, and this is in the 3rd page of the memo, or maybe, I'm sorry, 6th page. The commission has disposed of exception number 1, citing EPE's argument that even if available data showed a downward trend in the current cumulative overage at the time of the hearing, a downward trend for a subsequent year overage does not mandate a change in the 2020 reconciliation approval. Assuming for the sake of argument that EPE's 2021 annual report shows that the downward trend has resulted in a significant decrease to the cumulative overage, this is not a sufficient reason to reopen this proceeding. A future adjustment to the EU ERF, that's the rider, or to a future plan budget can be made to address any such decrease. Energy efficiency application proceedings are based upon information available at the time that the plan is formulated by the utility, and to the extent that it is fair and practicable, upon updated information available at the time that written testimony is filed, or even at the time of the hearing. extending the record to information not available until after the hearing has been concluded, and moreover, after a recommended decision has been issued, would be extending the record too far. It is impracticable to reopen the record at this stage and to provide an opportunity for EPE to respond to the additional information. So that's the language from the order. And in sum, the proposed order would have the commission accept and adopt all findings of fact and conclusions of law throughout the RD. That's the proposed order. And if the commission wishes, I can add the bench request mentioned by Commissioner Fishman, proposed by Commissioner Fishman to EPE and the city to describe the impacts of the recent regulatory changes regarding LED lighting. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners, are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions of Russell?
If there are no questions, I'll move the order with the minor amendment.
Well, I have some questions I'd like to ask him. So Russell, I did find that technical document, and it was a document prepared for the PRC. Let me see if I can pull it up again so I can tell you. In 2021, oh, it's very long. Wait, let me get back to the front page. By something called Evergreen Economics. It is a New Mexico technical resource manual for the calculation of energy efficiency savings, prepared for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission on March 9th, 2021. And then they have a acknowledgement. Apparently this is an update by them. They say the New Mexico Technical Resource Manual was originally created by a contractor called SBW Consulting and was updated in 2021 by Evergreen Economics and Ecometric Consulting. And in their introduction, they say that the intent of the manual is to provide a transparent and consistent basis for calculating energy and demand savings generated by the New Mexico energy efficiency programs. And in addition, estimated measure lives and measure costs are provided in order to assist with calculations of measure cost effectiveness. It's developed based on input from 4 investor-owned utilities, SPSEP, Public Service Company, and New Mexico Gas. So anyhow, it's for calculations for energy savings in energy efficiency programs. And I tried to find in the section that pertained to lighting what eligible meant, an eligible resource, but I couldn't find anything. And I can't find in the RD where the discussion was made. And I wondered if you could point me to it, because I did want to understand why that document is used as authority. I mean, I understand that for a decision, I understand it's a technical resource, but there's no table of contents in this RD, and it's rather hard to find. And I wondered if you could help me, or if Robert Lennon is listening, and if he could point that out to me, because while I tend to agree with everything in the recommended decision, I'm a little concerned about the idea of sticking to using LEDs when they are so commonplace now. I mean, but having said all that, if there is no countervening evidence in the record, and that's what's not quite clear to me on this point, other than the city of Las Cruces's simple assertion that LEDs are common, then I don't think I want to pursue that. And can you clarify that for me? Did they actually present evidence about the usage of of LEDs so as to render them something that's no longer relevant as an energy efficiency tool?
Well, as you noted, Madam Chair, or as I noted in my discussion, this is what the city is raising is has to do with the change in the regulations, and I don't know exactly what evidence was raised by. I can go to that part of the RD and take a look. Was raised by the city, if any. Their exception is based solely on the argument that the regulations have changed, and they apparently changed at the beginning of this year. So I don't know to the extent to which the hearing took that into account. But what was the fact that that it remained an eligible measure in this particular document that's prepared specifically for the statewide programs or the programs in the state, was among the things. That's not the only factor that was considered by the hearing examiner, but was something that the hearing examiner considered to show that it's up to date. And in addition to the fact that, as I noted, the city didn't explain how the regulations actually impacted the cost effectiveness of the residential lighting program. And as Commissioner Fishman noted, it seemed that EPE may be suggesting that there is some impact because there are rebates given by the federal government through retailers, but we don't know what the impact is. And that's a good question. I think that this was not the only issue this was not the only evidence that was considered. Obviously, there was testimony from staff and possibly CCAE on the issue of whether this is cost effective, all the factors that go into whether this is an effective program. And this citation by the hearing examiner to the technical reference manual, is one among other considerations that he made in deciding whether this was somehow an outdated program, no longer effective, based upon the change in regulations at the federal level. But the impact of the change in federal and regulations at the federal level, would have to be proved by the person challenging the program, and that was not done. And then I think in addition to that finding, the hearing examiner noted this is still in our, still an eligible measure in the commission's technical reference manual. So this is not something that's been noted by the measurement and verification contractor, or it may be still evergreen. I'm not sure. I believe it's still evergreen, as something that's going to be outdated as soon as the regulations are adopted, or that has become outdated. So it's still available. And then he found that it is, in fact, still viable and effective.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Anybody else have any questions before we get a second? We do have a motion. I'll second it while we're at it. And so any discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Byrd, any comments?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, any thoughts on this?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Maestas, any questions or comments?
No questions.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Russell, can you take the roll?
Yes.
Or is it somebody else's job? Is it?
No, I am taking over.
Okay.
I'm in the general counsel seat.
All right. Judy's not here. Okay.
Okay. So Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
And Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the proposed order as amended is adopted unanimously.
Okay,
Madam
great. Thank
Chair?
you very much. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, just one final comment. In looking at the city of Las Cruces exceptions, I get the sense that perhaps they feel a lot like I do, is that this whole method of addressing energy efficiency has all kinds of problems with it, from going from conflict of interests to inefficient management just because of the structure of it, leading to extra costs. And I just wanted to say, I understand it's laudable what this law tries to achieve. I don't think it's the right way to go about it, and I really wish the legislature would reconsider, particularly reconsider in a way that includes efficiency for all the co-ops, and so that it's truly a statewide initiative rather than just with IOUs. And so just to say, their arguments were ineffective, but I understand where the city's coming from. And boy, I wish the legislature would take a step back and reconsider how to achieve these goals.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments, Commissioner Fishman. I completely agree with you. When the Efficient Use of Energy Act was being proposed before the legislature, at that point, I opposed it because of the conflict of interest I thought existed, and I still do. So I totally share your concerns, and it would be very nice to see some revision of this law. But barring that, all we can do is vote on this. We already did. We did, and administer the rule as well as we can. So let's move on to the next case. That is case number 20-00170-UT in the matter of potential amendments to the Commission's rule concerning institutional operator service providers, 17.11.28 New Mexico Administrative Code. And Russell Fisk will be presenting a proposed order adopting the rule. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I was not here at the beginning of the meeting due to a laptop charger problem. So I don't know if the commission went ahead and removed this from the agenda. If you didn't, then
we did remove it.
I have to know, Miguel,
did we?
was the Commissioner Myers, it was removed?
Oh, okay.
Was it?
Yes.
I'm asking. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, I just want to praise Miguel. He ran over to my house within 5 minutes with a new charger. That's why I'm here and present with a video for you. So I guess we can move on from this matter.
Okay, we will. And thank you very much, Miguel. That's really outstanding, and I'm really glad you're taking care of people with such industry. Okay, so we'll move on then. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
So in regards to this last item, Russell, are we going to see it on next week's agenda?
Yes, you will. I'm halfway through the order. It just is a long order. There were a lot more comments than I expected. This is a specialized area, but there were a lot of comments filed, which is great. A lot of interest in the matter.
That's right.
Okay.
I remember you saying that. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Russell. Okay, so we'll move on to communications with Chief of Staff. There is Mr. Prost.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Sure.
Very nice to see you.
Very nice to see you as well. Good afternoon, commissioners. A couple items to cover this afternoon. I want to let you know I'm wrapping up the letter with the 2023 legislative priorities that you established last week. I hope to have a draft version of that to you either this afternoon or tomorrow morning at the latest for your input. And second of all, I wanted to also say that staff has begun meetings in anticipation of the transition that Commissioner Maestas has I talked about a couple of meetings ago, and we wanted to have a couple of staff meetings before we brought you, Madam Chair, and you, Mr. Vice Chair, into that discussion. But I think we're at about the place where we'll be able to do that. So I just wanted to let you know I hadn't forgotten that. And then finally, for me, Madam Chair, I want to echo comments made by Hans and others about today being Art's last day with us. I've been here a little over a year and a half, and during that time, I've certainly recognized that we don't do anything as individuals at the PRC. We do it together as a team. But that being the case, Art just deserves tremendous credit for the work that he's done on the community solar rule. In particular, I don't know if we could have done it without him. So while I try not to single people out too often, I certainly think it's acceptable in this case to say a special thank you to Art for the tremendous support he's given to the commission, to staff during his 2 years with us. He will be missed, but the impact that he has had on the commission, the community solar rule again in particular, will reverberate for many, many years to come and have a positive impact on the state's energy future and energy consumers. So thank you, Art, for all that you've done. And with that, Madam Chair, happy to cover anything else you would like to cover.
Thank you, Wayne. You might hang around. I think in Commissioner Communications, we may need to refer to you, if you don't mind just waiting a few more minutes.
Of course.
So let's move on to communications with General Counsel.
Madam
Chair, wait a
Chair,
second. Excuse me. I see a hand up from Renee Kepler. Renee, did you want to say something?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, no, that must have been an accident. I apologize.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Okay, Russell.
Madam Chair, General Counsel has no communications.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, now we're at communications with commissioners. Anybody got any communications they want to make?
I thought you had one.
I do, but I'm waiting for everybody else to remember whatever it is they thought they wanted to say. I always need a little time. But okay, if nobody else has any communications, I wanted to mention that, well, I wasn't originally intending it this way, but I really think under the circumstances, I ought to announce a luncheon that we are planning in Albuquerque for Arthur on Monday. We had planned it for Friday, but that's not going to work out. And so we're moving it to Monday, the location to be determined. But if anybody's interested, please consult my assistant, Colin, who has sent out an invitation to the people we could think of on the teams that have worked with Art. But if anybody else wants to go, please reach out to Colin and to determine where it is if you would like to attend, because, Art has really affected a lot of people in this agency just by being an outstanding person to work with. And he set a tremendous example. And, I imagine there are a lot of people who would like to be at his luncheon. So I just wanted to extend that out to everybody in the commission. It'll be in our Albuquerque because that's where Art lives. So I just wanted to mention that. And then the other thing is I wanted to bring up the question that I raised last time in our last meeting about the possibility of needing a third meeting in December, rather than having the 14th be our last meeting, maybe have the following Monday be a date, or possibly Wednesday, but I think Monday might be better. And the reason I say that is because not for the reasons I mentioned in the last meeting relating to the wildfire management plan of co-ops, which the the law student extern in my office was working on, although he could present then if the commission wished. And nor does it have to do with the grid mod proposal that I was discussing, because given the large number of comments that have come in so far, I think we need to really just collect those comments and hold the document creation that I was discussing in abeyance and just let the new commission deal with the raw material. So I'm sort of capitulating on that issue, but it has to do with the fact that there are two other issues that have come up that do need resolved, and I'm drawing a blank on what they are right now. I've discussed them with several commissioners. Commissioner Fishman, do you remember what I
think the item that we just delayed till next week.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
The phone.
Well, yeah.
The phone service, because that was started with this commission. We initiated the rulemaking, recognizing it needed to be brought up to date. And I don't see anything too controversial coming up with it, but we need probably next week to discuss it. And then a meeting following that to just be sure we've dotted the I's and crossed the T's before we vote on it. And that meeting might be useful for that. And then the second item had to do with, there's a EPE docket outstanding that had to do with Storm Uri and the money they collected for the nuclear plant power, and they charged for it. And I think it makes sense to wrap that one up as well.
Right.
This commission is familiar with all the Uri issues. The new commission probably won't be. And again, I don't think there'll be anything too controversial there, but it just feels like something we should complete as finished business, and that we shouldn't dump it off on a commission that's had no exposure to it.
And Madam Chair, those are both my matters. Can I make a couple comments?
Yes, please do. Yeah.
I agree with Commissioner Fishman. The IOSP rule, I think the two next meetings should probably take care of it, but a third couldn't hurt. As I told you at OGC, I'm really the only one who, I don't need a third meeting, but I think about what would be helpful. But with regard to that matter that Commissioner Fishman is mentioning, the matter about Winter Storm Uri, there hasn't been an RD yet issued, so there'll be an RD, maybe a shortened time for exceptions instead of the full time. But I've previously spoken to the hearing examiner, Bob Lennon, about that matter, getting an RD out so in time for a final order to be ready by the end of the year. And he had said that's okay, but then he later learned that the two last open meetings have been canceled, and he said that will make it a problem. So I think having one more open meeting, I hope, I'll recheck that with Bob Lennon, but hopefully he wasn't counting on the last week of the year. I doubt that. But I think it'll make it possible to get that done with the final order. And I agree with Commissioner Fishman, that should be done with this commission.
Yeah, and I do too. And so, commissioners, I'm asking you, and that the matter that Russell just described really started me thinking about this, and then we had that other item. So it made me think that, these are real matters that are appropriate for us to handle, and we should do it before we leave. And it's just my take on it. I'd like to hear from other commissioners, but I think what we could do is schedule a third meeting, and then if for some reason we get done sooner, then we don't have to have that meeting, I suppose. But my preference would be to schedule it, and then that way there won't be that. I think it probably would take some pressure off the people in General Counsel's office. Things come in the door every day. We can't really predict what will be happening in the next 3 weeks. So I think it's good to have at least a plan to be able to take care of business during this time frame. And it also could potentially shorten the the length of time for that last meeting. And that could serve a purpose, which is that I wanted to propose that we have what has been a tradition in the past of a Christmas party, or, a seasonal party at the end of the year for the staff. And I was thinking if we did a luncheon after the open meeting, then that would be maybe a good time to do it when, employees are all focused on being together anyhow for purposes of work. So I wanted to toss those ideas out to you, see if we could schedule a third meeting on the 19th, just to be able to wrap up any loose ends that are there, and then have and we could even start later in the morning if it doesn't seem to be that we're going to have a very heavy agenda, and then have a luncheon following that. So commissioners, do you have any thoughts about that? I'd like to get your reactions if possible, so we could plan the luncheon. Commissioner Maestas?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I'm busy kind of packing. I'm ready to hit the road for Salt Lake City. But yeah, I think we should. I think we should have a get together, because I just think the disruption caused by the furniture change out has kind of denied us the opportunity to all see each other, at least in the office. So I'd like to have a Christmas party and just do a proper farewell to all the staff and thank them for everything that they've done. So that'd be my preference, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
And then the last thing is I think that the OGC calendar was very helpful in having us focus on what cases are going to come before us, and maybe we ought to be displaying that in every meeting, every remaining meeting. That way we can see what we have coming up, see what opportunities we have to finish any unfinished work, which is, I think, what you had addressed earlier. But I found that calendar very informative in terms of what we can expect in the final month.
Did you receive a calendar from OGC? Because I don't see one in my email.
No, we got that. We discussed it, I think, a couple of weeks ago.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nothing more recent than that. Okay, great.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I've been the one in OGC kind of keeping a chart of blow by blow of the open meetings. I'll be happy to distribute kind of an updated copy of that to everybody, so you can see how things are going to flow out through these next 2 or 3 meetings here to have an overview of what's coming before the commission. I'll check with the OGC attorneys, and I can get that to you this week.
Wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Hans. And let's get it to all the commissioners so we have it to look at. That would be great. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any thoughts to add about this possible plan here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a little bit concerned about staff members that are not coming to a certain event, like, for example, the brunch that we had a couple of weeks ago. Staff members that live in Santa Fe, only a handful have, they made it to the brunch. So I don't think we're going to have a lot of turnout for employees that have to travel from their homes. I don't think they would intend to attend. So
I think this would be in Santa Fe.
That's my only concern.
Yeah, my thought was it would be in Santa Fe. Are you saying the people who live in Santa Fe won't attend? Is that what you mean? Or near Santa Fe?
I'm just saying, I think we're just going to get my concern is I think we're just only going to get a handful of participants.
Oh, well, I don't disagree. I don't know how many to expect, but I certainly want to, my thought was, let's try to have a party and see, and I mean, even if it's small, I would enjoy it and people who come would enjoy it. So I think it might be nice to try. But I understand. I totally agree. I don't know that a whole lot of people will show, but I just think it's fitting because this type of, because of the change in commission and the type of commission, I think it's just my thought. Just put some sort of a festive end to it. Commissioner Byrd, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm fine with it if it's whatever.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I just want to make sure you had said the 19th, that's a Monday. That's perfectly fine. I just want to make sure everyone's thinking on the same page. It's a Monday. That's perfectly fine. I'm not objecting. I just want to make sure everyone's thinking of that instead of a Wednesday.
Well, that was my suggestion last week, simply because it would give us more of a cushion in advance of Christmas. But there's also the argument that Wednesday might be better because that's our regular time. And if anybody has any opinions about that, please say so now. I really could go either way. But I do know people tend to start possibly traveling over Christmas or having guests come in. So my thought was Monday would be better. Although it is harder on general counsel if there's a lot of work, but if there's not, then maybe it's not. So.
Madam Chair, it's perfectly fine. I wasn't raising it as an objection. I just want to make sure everyone was remembering that part of it so they won't be surprised later.
Good point. Okay. Well, okay. I think it would be better.
The
Yes.
19th works for me.
Okay. Me too. All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is helpful information to me. I appreciate it. And I'll proceed to plan it. And hopefully we'll get some people interested in coming to get together one last time. So with that, if does anybody have any other commissioner communications they'd like to make? Hearing none, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
See you guys.
Bye.
Take care.
Yeah.